Ooh, we got enough.
Apologies from Jake for he's going to be a few minutes late.
Okay, here we are. Good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 5th of March, third month of the year. Please join me in standing for the opening karakia.
Whakatae te uru,
Whakatakato ki te tonga, kia mā kina te uta, kia mā taraka tai. Ia ki ana te atiku, I tiu, I huka, I hauhu,
Te hei Mariora. I have no apologies for today except for possible lateness from not Jake, because he's here, and Tyler, who's here as well. That's why do I write these things down? That's great. Okay, Mel for lateness. Okay, that's cool. Good as gold. Declarations of interest, have none of those today, which is great. So now we're on to the community boards, which I always look forward to seeing. We'll hear from the com boards, who will be also speaking, if they want to, about their submissions on the Otatahi Christchurch future transport. First up is Marie and Helen. So if you could come up, please, that'd be great. This is Hornby Riccarton portal. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present the monthly report of the Waipuna Holswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board. Now, at the board's February meeting, we approved the change in classification of Chokebore Reserve in Riccarton from local purpose community to historic reserve. This will allow the building known as Chokebore Lodge to be occupied by a residential tenancy or other tenancy sympathetic to its heritage status. Its previous classification allowed the use of the building only for kindergarten, play center, plunket, or other similar purposes. Now, approvals were also made on the play space renewal plan of Moffat Reserve in Hornby, the no stopping and parking restrictions along the runway Wigram in front of the shops, and no stopping restrictions at the Linfield Avenue and Maydale Street intersection in Ilam near the university. The Hornby Community Patrol started as Community Watch Hornby on 18th of January 1995 and changed its name to Hornby Community Patrol Incorporated in 2006 when they became affiliated to the national body Community Patrols of New Zealand. We are all grateful and wish to extend our deepest gratitude to the Hornby Community Patrol as they celebrate 30 years operating as the eyes and ears of the police and the wider community, creating a safer community environment. The board contributed funds toward their celebration. Now, I won't go into the details of the Community Board Area Report, but to highlight some of the events that have occurred in the past month, I now pass you on to Helen.
Thank you. The Hornby Community Centre Health and Wellbeing Hub, our board is to support the transition of the Hornby Community Care Centre to full ownership. And the Hornby Community Care Centre have officially opened their Health and Wellbeing Hub with a blessing. The centre's been working hard over the summer break to complete the refurbishment to part of the old Hornby Library. So that's an extra care centre which we've got because we've got a pool, library and other facilities. So it's an extra for Hornby, which is good. Next one is House of Hoops, Hornby and Riccarton. The House of Hoops program has provided an exciting opportunity for rangatahi to engage in basketball, build confidence and form supportive social connections. Hornby House of Hoops and Riccarton House of Hoops have brought young players together to test their skills in a fun tournament setting, many experiencing competitive play for the first time. And if you want probably more on that, Tyler can probably talk about that, can you? Hopefully. The Better Off Matatiki Play Space project play sessions We've got a lawn space through a series of pop-up plays sessions, which was a great success. Probably I should have said the Matatiki lawn space has been very, very popular. It's it's run in partnership with libraries. These sessions feature story times, giant games and crafts, providing engaging activities for young tamariki and creating a vibrant, family-friendly space. And I think that's ended me.
Right, now on to the Community Service and Youth Service Awards for 2025. Nominations are open from March 7th until the 6th of April of this year. Now, last year, the board presented awards to 16 well-deserving recipients at 12 community events. Now, the Local Response Fund. In 2020, the Waipuna Holswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board funded $1,000 to Barry Shah through the Canterbury Students Muslim Association towards the purchase of a camera for Bariz and his wife to undertake a project to empower 51 lives in Afghanistan in honor of the 51 lives that were lost in the March tragedy. They traveled to Afghanistan, Bariz's home country, and undertook establishing 51 micro-business projects, filming them. $20,000 was sought from local donors to enable the 51 projects. The funding was granted through the Local Response Fund, which was set up to support communities affected by the tragedy. The board funding the camera purchase meant that the donated $20,000 could go directly into the project costs instead of film production costs. The film, Project 51, is being released in cinemas on April 3rd, telling the story not only of some of the projects, but also their own story as Muslims living in Christchurch. Now I move on to the Aotearoa Transport Strategy. Now, item 10 of today's council meeting is on the draft Aotearoa Christchurch Future Transport Strategy. Our board made a submission supporting the draft strategy. We made a few minor comments in our submission, but the thing I would like to emphasize in our submission is the importance of recognizing the greater challenge with the growth of our neighboring districts. This is very important to us, considering that our board area is right at the boundary of Christchurch and Selwyn. So much growth is happening in our neighboring district right now, and our suburbs, particularly Holswell and Hornby, are feeling the pinch or the effects with commuters using our local roads to get to Christchurch. It is impacting on our current infrastructure, and so we strongly feel that there is a need for recognition that the future infrastructure demands will result in changes to transport patterns and demands. There needs to be an ability to act and adapt in a timely manner. In addition, the board considers that the strategy needs to be flexible enough to accommodate the introduction of mass rapid transport within a short to medium time frame. Thank you for giving us also this opportunity to be heard regarding our submission on the draft Aotearoa Christchurch Future Transport Strategy.
All good? Okay, any questions of anyone? No, that's good. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Coastal Burwood Linwood with Paul and Jackie, please.
Right, ata Mārie I te kura mātua me ngā kaikonihira kia tauterangi Mārie kia koutou. So just some highlights from our board area. There was the 25th anniversary of Te Whāritaonga o ngā iwi katoa, the Linwood Resource Centre, and a morning tea celebration on the 19th of February. It was the 19th of February. Gee, it's gone fast. Staff, volunteers and participants from past and present attended to acknowledge the impact of the work the centre has had on the Linwood community since its establishment in October 1999. And I managed to pop in with my son, who in his classic autistic way did the full whirlwind tour and then decided that we need to leave immediately. And also, He Wakatapu had their whānau day on Saturday the 1st of March at their facility on Pages Road, and there were heaps and heaps of activities and entertainment for the whole whānau. The Linwood Resource Centre has a Pacifica Community Garden summer program that was held on the 15th, 22nd and 29th of January 2025, which is an opportunity provided for an intergenerational engagement between children aged 7 to 11 and older adults 60 plus from the Pacifica community. The program offered opportunities to share cultural knowledge, gardening skills and storytelling through podcasting. The program was well received with attendees expressing feelings of inclusion, cultural pride and a sense of belonging. And we're really lucky to have the Climate Action Campus in our community board area. They held a working bee on Saturday the 1st of February 2025 to clear another area of weeds and grass ready for planting, and staff from Aotawhiri and volunteers spent the morning clearing away the large portion of garden, making way for some new vegetables to go in. And the Puhara Kikanui Trust, Styx River Trust, have installed new signage on the Styx River Esplanade Reserve from their field centre base at 69 Lower Styx Road. The signs provide information on the awa, its wildlife, vegetation and conservation work that the Trust have been doing. The track made by volunteers meanders all the way down to Janet Stewart Reserve. And now we're into our little advocacy portion. Portlink is still there and it's still impacting residents every day. And can we all agree on something? That we define what a building is clearly in the district plan? On one hand, we have the developer of Portlink saying that effectively permanent stacks of containers are not buildings. And on the other, the same developer is saying that food trucks at the art centre are buildings. The ambiguity needs removing from our district plan. Secondly, when ECAN eventually gets around to their regional policy statement, I would like the council to submit in favour of a proper buffer zone on the industrial residential interface. Our plan change can't fix Portlink, it can only fix things going into the future, but the regional policy statement can. Just want to make a couple of comments on why we need an LAP. Until a few years ago, there were 3 bottle stores within about a kilometre radius around Wainoni in the Linwood ward, all owned by the same company. That company was found to have been exploiting their workers as well as selling alcohol inappropriately, and so they were stripped of their licences. They never would have been closed otherwise. The result of these 3 bottle stores being closed is that the level of alcohol-related harm in the area has reduced, most visibly in the decline in the level of rubbish, vandalism, and my work, which is in the area, no longer has drunk people coming to the door. But the community has had to fight a running battle with multiple applicants trying to reopen these stores. I think it's up to about 6 applicants now that have pulled out before a hearing, but not without considerable effort from the community. There is no way that either of these 2 remaining stores, because one of them is now at the petrol station, should have a bottle store due to the level of deprivation in the area. But the industry don't care. And this is why we need an LAP, and we need to have a cap on new bottle stores in deprived areas, just like Auckland has. And finally, just on the future transport strategy, our submission can be boiled down to this. Inequality is also a strategic challenge and should be referred to in this plan. There are people in some parts of our board area that have no easy access to car, bus, not even a major cycle route, which compounds social isolation and access to services. Our transport planning should have improving access for people who face barriers to effective, efficient and affordable transport at its heart. So happy to take any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Kel?
Paul, just on public transport in the Aranui area, we have a couple of bus routes going on major roads, Wainoni Road and Pages Road. Have you heard much from the community about the lack of public transport in between those areas? I understand there's a petition circulating.
Both for Aranui, definitely, and also we used to have a regular bus service that went through Bromley, which was also cut. So yeah, Aranui and Bromley in particular need to have services that go through them, because it's big wide areas that don't have any easy access, and as you're no doubt aware, those areas also have lower levels of car ownership and cycle ownership.
Thank you. Jan?
Thank you for raising that point. Given that we've got a future of PT business case that makes reference to those sorts of issues around, particularly around public transport, do you think council needs to revisit that in light of the new government changes around funding and ECAN's route reviews, and actually be more? Do you think council needs to be more directive in terms of that business case around where the investment will go, particularly into the poorer parts of the city or the lower socioeconomic areas?
Yeah. There's a lot in that question, Yanni. I think that council needs to be really clear around where the holes are for people who, like I've said, without access. And so, we have a very strong business case that has got support from right across the board, which I wouldn't want to undermine, but just to continue to articulate the need for access for people who live in places like Aranui and Bromley.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good to see you again. Okay, so now we have Banks Peninsula. We've got Lynn and Penelope, please.
Morena, good to see you again, as always. This month, our update includes a twilight twist, grim lavatories and hair-raising roads. At our meeting at the start of February, Vanessa Wienink, BP MP, gave us some background on what it might mean if Banks Peninsula were to seek dark sky reserve status. The area being discussed stretches from Kokorarata, Port Levy, across to Prices Valley, Katariti Spit, and all the way east over the peninsula, so it's quite a big area. Most of this area already meets the required standards for the dark sky reserve, including places like Birdlings Flat and Little River, so that's quite encouraging. The board was told about the potential positive impacts of this designation, including how it might improve mental health, biodiversity, insect populations, tourism, and even electricity cost savings. Community input will be key in working through this idea, and meetings will be held starting at the end of March in Birdlings Flat and Akaroa, where people will have a chance to hear more about it and have their say. Tourism infrastructure funding. As a board, we are always looking at new opportunities to make progress for our community. The board did some brainstorming considering the pressing need for improved tourism infrastructure across Banks Peninsula. The TIF fund through MBE is opening soon, but also important for you to note the following issues need addressing. Public toilet facilities in particular have been identified as a significant issue due to increasing visitor numbers and inadequate infrastructure. Many existing facilities are either outdated, lacking capacity, or entirely absent in high traffic areas, creating challenges for both residents and tourists alike, like running out of water to flush, people peeing in public, grim and unsanitary looking facilities, etc. Birdlings Flat is a prime example. It only has 2 toilets tucked behind the playground, running in an old septic tank system. They work, but they've got issues, like keeping the lake flies out, as you can see. And the beach is hugely popular for fishing, gemstone hunting, and just soaking up the views. But on a busy night, like the bottom there, when the aurora is forecast, the car park is overflowing and the 2 toilets aren't anywhere near enough. Devotionals has a similar problem. The boat ramp there is extremely popular, one of only 4 in Akaroa Harbour, and there isn't a permanent public toilet. There's a portaloo that's been put in there, thanks to Tyrone and us. The Devotional Reserve Committee has flagged this as a priority in their annual plan wish list. Over in Akaroa, the recreation ground public toilet is pretty rough on the inside. Peeling paint, worn floors, and those old school pull chain flushes that leave some visitors bamboozled and unsure how to flush. These toilets are crucial for boaties, freedom campers, and event goers, and they often can't keep up with demand. Excuse me. Another area that needs attention is walking track safety. I think it's on the next one, back there. Oh, no. I will continue. Our tracks are a major drawcard, but some of them need work to make sure they're safe. Just last month, a hiker badly dislocated their ankle in a deep part of Stanley Park Reserve track in Akaroa. The ambulance crew had a tough time keeping their footing while carrying the patient out. The Stanley Park Reserve Committee is ready to make safety upgrades, but needs funding to get them across the line. Right, just to change gear slightly, we'll move into the Future Transport Strategy submission. The board supports the Future Transport Strategy, particularly in its efforts to build a resilient transport network and adapt to climate change. Banks Peninsula reflects many of the challenges outlined in the strategy, in particular, road safety. Many of our roads are often single-laned with steep drop-offs, as you can see here. Especially tricky when large vehicles such as logging trucks and camper vans are using them. As traffic increases, more drivers unfamiliar with our windy roads are added to the mix at peak summer times. Would strategically placed temporary traffic lights alleviate this, or signage to inform drivers of the conditions? That could be an option as well. Resilience to extreme weather. Our roads are so vulnerable to extreme weather events, including flooding and slips, and even this small slip last year closed the road for hours. Making vital transport routes remain accessible during adverse conditions is essential for our remote communities. Future planning should consider options like well-maintained marine infrastructure to maintain boat access, and if appropriate, investigating extending ferry services. Growing demand. Banks Peninsula's population has seen significant growth with visitor numbers increasing in summer. Improved public transport links between Christchurch and major Banks Peninsula destinations would help meet demand. Low emission transport. The board supports increased access to EV charging stations, across Banks Peninsula, making it easier for residents and visitors with electric vehicles to explore the area sustainably. Walking and cycling infrastructure. Living in Banks Peninsula is all about enjoying the great outdoors, and walking and cycling are popular choices. The board supports safe walking and cycling infrastructure to provide real alternatives to fossil fuel transport. All of this is to say, thank you, Banks Peninsula is about its people, its natural beauty, and making sure that both locals and visitors can move around safely and sustainably. Whether it's improving roads, upgrading facilities, or making space for low emission transport, we need to be thinking ahead. And lastly, just to finish up my general update, is this picture of the new jetty in Akaroa. And a very handsome jetty it is, if you can call a jetty handsome. Drummond's Jetty was opened by our very own Tyrone Fields with a great turnout by locals and stakeholders, all keen to see what this new innovative pontoon at the very end was all about. It will be very well used while the main wharf is out of action during its much anticipated upgrade. Thank you for your time, and I welcome questions.
Okay, I just got one wee question. On that photo there, when the new wharf, you probably said this one, just checking, when the new wharf is completed, that the white bit on the end of there vanishes? Or does that stay there forever?
The pontoon?
Yeah.
It is designed to move around, yes.
Right.
But I'm sure there'll be lots of people wanting to keep it.
Okay, no, yeah.
It's designed for the new wharf.
Designed for the new wharf.
Roger,
Yes.
thank you. Yanni?
Yeah, thank you for your deputation, and thank you so much for raising the idea that we look to external funding to help some facilities. I've put some questions in of staff previously around, for example, Lottery has a Heritage and Environment Fund as well. Are we able to get some advice back? I've also put forward, for example, Takapaniki to be funded through the visitor tourism levy as well. So are we how can we progress that? Is basically the question. Like, have you had advice back from staff, or do we need to pass a resolution
Yes,
today?
we've heard back from staff about that.
Yeah, so essentially staff asked the board for ideas for the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, so the board has been gathering their ideas which get fed into the unit.
Right. Is there a process for us as councillors to put ideas in, or to have a discussion about what we put forward?
We could follow up on that. We did transfer the information particularly to Banks Peninsula because they were the area that this was targeted at. but we can follow up with other councillors if they want to have some input as well.
Yeah, okay, I think that'd be useful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Tyrone, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, just in answer to your question, Phil, the contractor said that the end pontoon was built to last for 50 years plus, so, you know, be good to keep it around. But anyway, my question is, Lynn, thank you. So just wheel back to that picture, that gnarly picture of that logging truck that spilled over the edge of Kinloch Road there in Little River, if we can. Is that you backing up, Aaron, there? Is it? So we get quite a lot of logging truck damage on, it's fair to say. I mean, this is really, I mean, it's not a complicated question, Lynn. Like, what sort of damage do the logging trucks do to the roads in Banks Peninsula through private logging enterprise?
Excessive. I can report on that particularly because I've just had logging trucks down my road, touring up the road, and they're usually very polite and great companies, but extra traffic, heavy traffic on those roads that are just, you know, not made for it. And then some of these places are going to have logging for 5 years in a row. So you can imagine what that will do to the roads. Not to mention the odd incident like this when they're trying to pass another car and they have to pull over further to actually be able to pass safely, and then that means they go off the road. So it's a very tricky situation, and I just needed to raise it here, so we need to get our thinking caps on.
Good on you. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Right. Thank you.
Okie doke. Spraden Cashmere Heathcote, please. Yep, Kia and Callum. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right. No good to katoa. Well, start off. I'll probably just breeze through. We've got in the report decisions made, but I won't sort of dwell on that for now. And start off with some light stuff. We had a great opening event at the Addington Basketball Court, which was much anticipated by the community. Had the local, the captain of the Canterbury Rams come along and do a guest speech and had a fantastic competition afterwards as well. So super excited, and again, huge thanks to park staff for helping pull that off. Big news for us really is the South Library being closed, and that's the bad news, obviously. Well, in the short term, not having a large library like that. The good news, obviously, is that we'll be getting a brand new one before long, and the other good news is we've got a fantastic temporary location at the Colombo Mall. So if you haven't had a chance to go down, I know you went down there, Phil, as well as Mel, to have a look around the facilities there. It's a great temporary facility, and we're happy with the outcome there. And huge thanks to libraries for organising that. And then unmarked graves. Kia, did you want to talk to that one?
Yeah, so obviously this is an issue that has been first raised by my colleague Michelle Lomax in the previous term, so it's been going on for a wee while now. So it's been something that as a board we've really wanted to continue the work here. It has come through the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in State Care, which is the situation where we have these unmarked graves of people predominantly from Sunnyside, a range of cemeteries across Christchurch, but particularly at Sydenham. Last month, Erica Stanford, the minister leading the response, announced a $2 million survivor support and recognition fund, which is a non-contestable fund. So where councils or other relevant entities have a site like this, they can put in and get $50,000 to move the work forward that they're doing to memorialise and recognise that. So we think that's a really great step that the government's taken. Obviously, $50,000 when you think that there's perhaps 1,000 unmarked graves, we'll have to think really carefully about how that money is used and what the survivors and families think is the best use of that. And one thing we're really keen to do is work with members of the community who might be interested in getting involved on a pro bono or charitable basis as well, to see what they can do to be part of this project. So we're just, bringing this up as something that we're really keen to continue being involved in, and looking forward to seeing staff give us some information about the work they've done. I know that staff have worked really hard on aspects of this, and that's been a real passion project for some of them, so I'm sure they'll be pleased to see this as well.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. Yeah, just want to echo that kind of last point there. Yeah, we have a huge trust for the staff that are doing this work, because they've demonstrated that they've got that passion and the connection to the survivors community as well. So yeah, we look forward to this process, those relationships continuing into this new chapter with the memorialisation. And yeah, finally, King Park. So we've had a lot of, complaints around behaviour at King Park. So this is essentially, it's a small suburban park up at Mount Pleasant. Unique, sort of unusual for a park like this. It has its own little car park. And there's just been lots and lots of complaints about antisocial behaviour, waste and untidy practices in general. Obviously, council's powers are limited in terms of enforcement and policing of antisocial behaviour, but we have asked staff, and the staff have gone away with some actions, including monitoring that car park potentially with a surveillance camera, subject to availability, some nightly patrols, and we're looking at maybe installing some extra sort of protective measures like bollards around there as well, just to kind of block off some of the areas that people are parking when they shouldn't be. And Park's helping us out as well with some pruning and of the shrubbery as well. So we've also written to the New Zealand Police raising safety concerns, and engaged with the community patrol on that as well. So that's our board presentation for today. Any questions?
Okay.
Cool.
Timothy?
Yeah, just to mention also that Spraydon Library's doing, that they've really stepped up to kind of, and they're bulging at the seam.
Yes.
And the mobile library is really taking off, so that's really, really good as well, isn't it? Yeah.
That's a great point. Yeah, Spraydon couldn't imagine how you could fit anything else in there, but yeah, they managed it. Yeah.
I went and had a look at some books back, and I was almost embarrassed because they're just flat out. But it's great to see. It's the right kind of place you want to be seen as being busy.
Yeah. Cool.
Very good. Thank you. Very good catch up.
Cool.
Thank you.
And we'll just talk a little bit to our submission on the transport transport strategy as well, just very briefly. Just wanted to highlight really essentially that we, as a board, strongly support continued investment in cycleways in general. We've had really, really positive outcomes in our community where we've had MCRs or other connector routes put in place. Great feedback from the community as well. We also strongly support the continued improvement of public transport infrastructure such as bus lanes, so Horsell Road being a big one for us, and HHR too. And Safer Speeds program. I think it's really disappointing that central government has decided to overreach into local transport planning policy around speed limits. But we do really support that program, or the project of keeping our tamariki safe around schools to progress in some form, despite central government policy. We can support continued investment in climate change resilience for the network, and we continue to prioritise the safety of active transport users and the amenity of public spaces over convenience of drivers. So that's kind of the highlights from us on that.
Thank you, Andre. Yeah.
Thank you. So council's intention is to delay Lincoln Road works by 3 years. So it could have the works likely done before the Brome Street works start. Instead, it appears as though council wait until the Brome Street works start and then do both at the same time. Does your board have a view on how that's going to impact your board area?
We basically haven't had. We probably, to be honest, we probably need to have a thorough discussion with staff about that before I can represent the board's view. But that's a good point. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission on the transport plan. You talked about the slower speeds. I was just wondering, in your board's area, from what you've seen, have you had any concerns about the introduction of slower speeds without, like Colombo Street, for example, going to 30k, without doing the associated engineering to encourage people to slow down? Like, has there been any observations that you could share with us around when we put in slower speeds, what the compliance is without the engineering?
So actually, we've had some residents one of our local residents, Simon Kingham, has actually come and spoken to the board about the research that's been done on this. And the evidence is that while you don't get 100% compliance, you do see measurable reductions in speed from signage. Obviously, we would love to see investment on Colombo Street to make it a more, better PT. There's PT Futures, which hasn't happened yet, but we'd love to see things like PT Futures coming through in Colombo Street, that kind of physical works. But until council has the money for that, which I understand, if you want to put that on budget would be great, signage is a great step forward because it does see lower streets, and particularly when we look at the those neighbourhood streets, it has a huge impact.
Yeah, especially at high traffic times where you've got chains of vehicles, because it just takes one person going 30 k's and obeying the speed limit to actually enforce that for a whole line of vehicles travelling past the school at those peak times of the day when kids are often walking across the road. Yeah.
On Colombo Street, where St Peter's School is on Fisher Ave, we have a crossing, a controlled crossing, but we also have a 30k, and that's purely because of driver behaviour. And when you have, say, for instance, the Kashmir roundabout, and I have a number of people saying, oh, it's a pain in the butt, but when you point out to them that it's actually now safe for people, as in children going to school, etc., to cross, then we are seeing some really good feedback.
Sorry, I was just interested because in parts of my area, like Gloucester Street, where it's been 30k, I'm getting people have complained about people passing on the left and people like road raging because of the impact. So actually it's made it almost more dangerous in some areas. For some residents are feeling concerned that there's not been the engineering.
That's a bit of case by case as well.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. We're not discussing. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Right. We have now Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood with Jason and Marianne. Good to see you.
Good morning, everyone. The inaugural Kia ora Brindwa Connect with Kai event was held on Monday the 17th of February at Morley Reserve, bringing together around 200 attendees from the Brindwa community. The event successfully fostered community connections through shared kai and activities with food and entertainment provided to ensure accessibility for all. The diverse mix of cultures, ages and social backgrounds contributed to a welcoming atmosphere, and the excellent music added to the enjoyment. The event was run in partnership with a number of local community organisations, including a very popular barbecue put on by Kāinga Ora. A huge thanks to our local community development advisor, Karen Bogue, who took on a key role organising this event. The improvements at Nepal Reserve in Burnside were completed just in time for summer. Neighbours of the reserve approached the board requesting some improvements to the area. Through our Better Off funding, we were able to work with staff to undertake the project, which included the establishment of a picnic area, new sun umbrellas and some resurfacing of areas in the reserve. The residents have also been actively involved in the urban forest planting plans for the reserve, which sit nicely alongside the enhancements that have been made. Our board has received great feedback from local residents who are enjoying spending time in the reserve, and a big thanks to council staff who have been involved in this great project. I'd like to take this opportunity to celebrate the success of our local men's shed. The shed was started in 2014 by the Bishopdale Community Trust, where they met in the garage at Sunby House on Farringdon Ave. Approximately 8 men were attending, mostly bringing in their own tools. They outgrew the garage and moved to various sites in Bishopdale before moving into their current building, which is the old Kendall Scout Den on the Kendall School grounds. They now have over 150 members. The main aim of the men's shed movement is to give a purpose for men after retirement. In doing so, the shed has been involved in projects such as building planter boxes for council community housing and Kāinga Ora. Other projects include outdoor tables and cages of rat traps for Kiwi Care. One of their biggest projects has been constructing a gaga pit for Isleworth School. The shed has supported Celebrate Bishopdale and has provided car park marshals for Culture Galore and erected the park signage for many years. The shed is now in a position to be financially independent with income received from projects and services, and has recently supported the Canterbury Charity Hospital with donations for battery-operated garden tools for the volunteer ground staff and some hospital equipment. Hopefully you all received an email with a link to this wonderful new resources that has been created for our Mandarin speaking residents. With a huge amount of project management from our Community Development Advisor, Karen Bogue, a number of key agencies and organisations have come together to create this fantastic video to help inform our Chinese community around safety issues. The safety video has gained significant traction across multiple platforms, reinforcing its role as a vital community resource. The video has been shared through WeChat groups, Chinese Facebook communities, churches and schools, further extending its reach. There have already been approximately 10,000 views on the WeChat channel alone. The link to the video is available on our board's webpage, along with the links to the shorter videos from Fire and Emergency NZ, New Zealand Police, Civil Defence and St John's. Our wonderful multicultural event Culture Galore will be taking place this Saturday. This event has been running annually since 2000 and has now become a victim of its own success. The numbers attending the event continue to increase each year, which has unfortunately resulted in it outgrowing its location at Raybank Park in Ilam, particularly around traffic management. So this year will be the final time the event will be held locally. Our board, in partnership with the Waipuna Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Board, have been proud to have been running this very successful event for so many years. Staff are busy looking at the feasibility of transitioning the event to South Hagley Park to be run alongside the Multicultural Centre. Thank you very much.
That is extremely good news, thank you. Especially the men shed thing, that's wonderful. Any questions, please? Andre?
I thought going to the Multicultural Centre was a done deal. Is it not quite a done deal yet for next year?
Pretty much, just working through some logistics.
Yeah, nice one. Thank you.
Okay. No, wherever you go, it'll be a success, I'm sure. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rightio. So now we're down to Emma and Simon from Papua Inner Central Community Board. Hello.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. As usual, we're just going to give you a quick rundown on what's been happening in our Waipapa Papanui Inner Central Community Board area over the last month. At our February meeting, we received a number of public forum presentations, and it was great to hear about some exciting projects being planned for and underway in our communities. We also heard from Shirley residents with their views on the upcoming removal of 20 large trees along Emmett Street and Riselaw Street, which I'll touch on further in a minute.
The playground at Avery Park has recently been renewed. This was a project that was approved by our board a little bit over a year ago. It's great to see that work complete, and there's been some really positive feedback on that from those who are using it. Particularly just want to acknowledge staff for adapting the design, particularly around the slide that features in that park. There was some really strong community feedback on that, and thanks to staff for taking that on board and adapting what we did. Just also on that slide is one of our community partnerships rangers with Dennis McMurtry, who's a long-time champion of the Papanui Bush renewal, connecting together. There is a monthly working bee for those who wish to partake at that reserve.
So the Emmett Street and Riselaw trees, I did speak about this last month when we presented, and since then there has been a community-led hui where council staff explained the city-wide project to make street trees compliant with electricity regulations and their requirements around power line clearance. Locals then got the opportunity to ask questions of staff and then hear about the urban forest plan and how the tree losses can be offset by the forestation of McFarlane Park. This was followed by an information session to our board where further questions on these trees were asked, especially around future planning for maintenance of street trees around the city. We're still continuing to work with staff and the local community around this issue, and we'll keep you posted.
Our board approved 28 grants for Summer with Your Neighbours initiatives. They've been underway. There's photos here from a number of those that have happened more recently: Chester Street, Saraband, Atlas Apartments and Richmond Community Garden. And it's great to see our local communities coming together and for the board to be able to just help facilitate that in a small way.
Back in January, Redwood Library held a Stories in the Park event in the neighbouring Redwood Park and had a huge turnout of 215 people. Youngsters were kept entertained with activities ranging from crafts and games through to a story walk, and you can see from the feedback there that it was very well received by the local community.
Gear Up Ōtautahi is our sports gear reuse and recycle program across the city. It is in transition and has moved sort of from council leadership ownership into a community-led model. I'd like to acknowledge the members of the sporting community who are on the committee for that and are now leading it. And great to see the gear that's sort of passing through that program finding space for storage at the Avon Hub. Towards the end of the school holidays, youth and cultural development facilitated an afternoon at McFarlane Park with support from Shirley Community Trust and City Council staff, House of Hoops. And as you can see there, a basketball tournament plus DJ and other sort of activation engagement activities for our local community.
You have heard us speak in previous years about the problems caused by starlings in Dudley Street, and the birds are back again this year causing trouble. Board members and staff met residents on the street a few weeks ago to hear their concerns and see the issues firsthand. The roosting birds are leaving a huge mess with the 5 properties most affected. The lives of those residents are being impacted hugely by the fact they can't let their children play outside, can't hang washing in their backyards, and are constantly cleaning their cars, driveways and other property. Staff appreciate the impact on those residents and are currently investigating options which could make a difference, on top of the fortnightly sweeping of the footpath which is already being done.
We have a video from Children's Day, just acknowledgement for all of those involved in that. Let's just click the button. Fingers crossed.
So I'll know that although that's not actually held in our area, we've included it because it's largely organised by our local board team. So we'd like to acknowledge all the effort that they've put into that.
And we started it.
Thanks, Pauline.
And I'm now just going to touch briefly on our Ōtautahi Christchurch Future Transport Plan submission. We'll take the submission as read. We appreciate the work that has gone into this updated plan and are broadly supportive of the draft and of the amendments proposed in the report before you today. We're pleased to see the proposed post-consultation change to the vision so that it focuses on safety, reliability and efficiency. Safety must underpin all transport decisions. We regularly hear from locals about traffic safety concerns, especially around schools in our area. Efficiency and transport choices are also key, and we would like to see rail included in the strategy around public transport, as our board sees it as a viable option which could be implemented a lot quicker than MRT, using existing tracks from the north through our board area. Do you have anything to add to that?
Nothing.
No, that's it from us then.
Okay, brilliant. Yanni, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend you for Children's Day as well, and I just wondered if we could just put a resolution thanking the community board, the council staff, and also the volunteers. I know that there was a lot of volunteers that contributed. So even though it's in our board's area, we're really grateful for the work that you do on it. And I just think it would be nice for council to acknowledge. The second question was in regards to the trees. So under our tree policy, community boards are supposed to get an annual report back on removal and replanting of trees within board areas. Have you do you get regular information about what's happening with trees?
Not regular information, no.
Okay. You don't get an annual report?
No, not that I've ever seen.
So maybe we can chase that up. And the final question was just in regards to the Christchurch Future Transport Policy. I keep looking at, like, in your board's area, for example, Crampford and Inner Street, and I'm just wondering if you think we need to kind of do something different around planning, around when we expand the roading corridor, whether we've got sufficient space for footpaths and cycling. I'm just noting all the development that's happening on that corner, which undoes a lot of the benefits in terms of safety of crossing. I often see a lot of school kids trying to cross, and I'm seeing more buildings being built up to the footpath, more signage going in. That makes it still quite a dangerous place. So I'm just wondering if you've had any thoughts around, in terms of our transport plan, how we do get better outcomes through land use planning.
Yeah, obviously there needs to be more of a connection between the two, so that the transport planning is done with the knowledge of what's the residential planning in the area is, what's going to happen there, I guess.
I think some things have changed too, and maybe in just some small ways. The painted cycle lanes, for example, on Cranford Street there, I believe are now narrower than the legal minimum and wouldn't be marked today, again, if that road was being built, which doesn't necessarily solve anything, but yeah, some compliance or regulatory things have changed since then. Footpaths, though, as well. You know, put a wheelie bin and someone with a pram on the footpath, and there's just nowhere for people to go. It's a concern, but I'm not sure what the solution is to it.
I don't quite know what the process is around this hearing for the transport plan, but can we get some advice on the infrastructure design standards in relation to minimum widths for, setback for development around sort of like key crossing points? Like, is that something that we can do? Or
I'm sure we've got all that anyway, and that's what people will be designing their stuff to.
Well, we don't seem to be requiring sufficient setback for development. In some spaces, we've got a lot of kids and a lot of people crossing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And I'd just like to reiterate about the Children's Day. That was fantastic. And the volunteers, unbelievable. I took 6 grandkids down there, and how one of them can get more candy floss in a hair than in a mouth is beyond me. What a shambles. But anyway, I'd like to just thank you for all the boards for their wonderful presentations and updates. And I'll move that we receive the reports, and Pauline's going to second it. All those in favour? Right, thank you. Kerry.
Or we just had a note there to, thank them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. So now we have public participation, Christchurch Symphony Orchestra. We've got Graham, Hannah, and I see Renee down there as well. From the Christchurch Symphony Orchestra, who will speak about its orientation, activity and operational model. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou, ko Graham Sataraho, kai whakahaere CEO of the CSO, and as Phil said, Hannah Wilson, who is our Head of Marketing and Development. We are here to say thank you for council support, the city support, in providing what is recognised as a unique model, internationally unique model. That's a little shot of what it looks like from the orchestra in one of our performance venues. We share the community outcomes as they appear there on the screen. I know there are too many words there, but I know you're familiar with those: collaborative, confident city, green, livable city, cultural powerhouse, thriving, prosperous city. Those are the things that guide us and guide our approach to engagement, relevance, and also, as you support and show yourselves, leadership. As I say, international as well as national. Interesting one there. The green livable city might seem a strange one for us to claim, but we are the only orchestra in the country that utilises 90% currently of any of our guest artists are from within this country, from the motu. We're the only professional orchestra to do that, and we take those principles very, very seriously, in addition to other strategies. The CSO looks like that. It doesn't only look like people dressed in black or tails, which we no longer do on stage. We are intimately engaged in the community. Our vision, particularly through our Ki Te Hapori in the community programs, to provide the most effective music-based community engagement in the Southern Hemisphere. There is no organisation that, as far as we know, and I argue this point internationally, we are unique in our approach to community engagement. It is the thing that guides and motivates the orchestra and the organisation. That is also what the CSO looks like. That is a shot from one of our over 40 programs that we run in community engagement. That's at Burwood Hospital, a program that we run with stroke members, people who experience stroke, and also working in partnership with professional music therapists. Our unique operational model, we engage in approximately 40 traditional main stage performances throughout the year. but we also engage in about 226 direct community engagement touch points. The reason that we there say 60% of the activity is offstage, 226, 40 doesn't look like 60-40, but of course the 40 traditional performances include rehearsals, etc. So a solid 60% of our activity is directly in the community, offstage, and that is again what motivates and drives our operations, internationally unique. There's another little shot of what the CSO looks like, working with the dementia community in one of our Flourish program, which actually is in operation right now in the Romball studio at the CSO Centre. We work with youth, we work with homeless or impermanently housed through City Mission and other operations. We work with aged health, we work, and when I say in a participatory way, recreational ensembles and players throughout the city and the region and the motu, migrant and refugee communities, schools, disability communities, the corrections system with both men's and women's prison, also community corrections, physical and neurological health communities, gifted and talented students, not often seen as marginalised, but for kids whose focused social activity is through music, early childhood, and a developing partnership with the university. Another picture of what the CSO looks like, working with community groups, community musicians, to mentor, to train, to provide pathways. As a local employer, we have a very small team, 7 full-time equivalent admin, 35 salaried part-time professional players, and 100 plus professional contractor musicians, all from the motu. And that is something that we're very, very proud of as an employer. We are the major employer of professional musicians in the South Island. That's also what the CSO looks like, working with men in the men's prison. This is on record, but in terms of the balance of our income, our highs and performance box office figures are worth seeing there, and in terms of the balance with the public funding. This is a brief video. I hope the volume is not shocking. It's not. One of our most recent performances, it was a little bit louder than this live, but this is working with Shapeshifter at Electric Avenue just last weekend. And if we can get as far as a crowd scene, we're not quite going to make it, but I'd be very thrilled to answer any questions if there's time. Thank you.
Good, sorry. Andre, please.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there any chance of getting Shapeshifter back for another town hall gig?
Absolutely.
Orchestra? Yeah, all
absolutely. Right. And thank you for that question. We're thrilled about those partnerships, and definitely the answer is yes.
Might need 2 shows next time as well.
We'll do what we can.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, just with the new stadium coming online, do you have any plans to do anything in there? And
we
what
do.
Would that potentially look like?
We do, and we're very proud of our partnership with Venues Otautahi, and we are in discussions about new and different ways to engage, and also definitely in terms of the stadium. We're working on plans with the CEO right now, and I'll also say that that our work in with health. One of our programs, which is the multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's, this afternoon, for instance, at Braintree, and any other time that we're working with any of those programs, we would encourage any of the councillors or staff to come and observe.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in, letting us know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Christchurch Community House. We'll hear from Nicola, David and Ian Walden, who are here to speak about its strategic plan and future focus. Hello.
Thank you. Hi everyone from Christchurch Community House. Just checking that's working. Firstly, we'd like to say a big thank you and acknowledge the support of Christchurch City Council, not just for funding, but also for the contribution and advice from Christchurch City Council staff. We really love working with your team. We're here today to let you know about our new path forward. We're taking the amazing work from the past and looking forward with passion and focus to the future. And to this end, we have completed 3 really important pieces of work: our new brand strategy, a 2025 strategic plan, and our aspirational future vision. Today we'll be talking high level and sharing our future vision, but before I do so, I'd just like to go through a couple of slides to remind those not so familiar about Christchurch Community House. We're a co-working space in Litchfield Street that's dedicated to helping impact-led organisations, and we do this because we have a shared commitment to positive social change. What do we have? Well, Christchurch Community House is a co-working space established over 30 years ago by the Christchurch City Council, and we're dedicated to impact-led organisations. The space is professionally run, we have decades of experience, and not-for-profits love that it's value for money and that they can walk in, set up and start working on their purpose almost immediately. Most importantly, we help bring together like-minded people to collaborate and grow. How do we look to the world? Well, this is where our new brand strategy comes in. You'll see that we've brought together our values into our identity to create the C of Christchurch Community House and refreshed all of our messaging and design to reflect the wonderful space and the dynamic, purpose-driven work that takes place under the roof of Christchurch Community House. This change is an exciting step forward in positioning us for future success. So on to our future vision. It really boils down to 3 goals. To be known as the preeminent co-working space in Christchurch for impact-led organisations, not-for-profits. To purchase 213 Litchfield Street to ensure the building becomes a legacy for the Christchurch not-for-profit sector. And to work towards becoming an umbrella organisation that helps the not-for-profit sector to thrive. So let's just unpack these a wee bit. For us to be known as the preeminent co-working space for impact-led organisations, we really need to lift our awareness. We've got work to do here, but the first step was our new brand strategy and messaging, which is now completed. Now we need to tell the story across all of our touch points and to continue running a professional, fit-for-purpose space.
Having completed the move to 213 Litchfield Street in 2022 and the substantial fit-out, the board's next goal is to buy the building. Our aim is to do this within 10 years. A building fund was started 5 years ago, and this is on track at the moment. We have completed a feasibility study and financial modelling has been completed. The next aim for this year is that we will set up a subcommittee to start to explore financing options and strategies to achieve our major goal.
And goal 3 is about helping to lift the whole not-for-profit sector. We're looking to bring together tools, partnerships, relationships and shared knowledge to help everyone thrive, helping enable not-for-profits to be more successful and to grow their impact in Christchurch. So to round up, what are the outcomes for the city with our future vision? We want to make sure NFPs have an affordable co-working space available to them forever at 213 Litchfield Street. And our strategy of expanding from a service provider to an advocate and a leader will mean support for not-for-profits in Christchurch to help lift the whole sector. We're poised to make an even greater contribution, and we'd really like to thank you again for your support, and we look forward to making a bigger impact in Christchurch in the future. And please come and visit us soon if you haven't seen our new building and branding. Thank you.
Certainly. Sam.
Thank you for that, and obviously just to acknowledge Mike's passing as well.
Yes.
Which was, I used to audit Community House back in the day, and had a lot of time for Mike. Just in terms of the building, like that long-term view sounds fantastic. I just wondered, you're obviously working in with our council staff, which is great. Are the Rata Foundation, are you sort of in prelim chats with them about funding a building as well? I mean, it just looks like it would align, well, it should align perfectly with what we need in the city, and they're the fund that would potentially...
At this stage, the focus in the last 2 years has actually been relocating and doing the fit out.
Yep.
And Rata was very much part of that and contributed a large capital sum towards that.
Yep.
And so at this, we had initial discussions with them prior to moving into here, and we know that there will be support through that angle, but we also are and part of today was to thank, we've got 3 major funders and they've been very supportive of the house for many years. We want to make sure that by reconnecting and get more vision in the community that we get other people in behind it. And so at this point, we're not ruling anything in or out, but we don't want to rely on one particular angle.
Yeah. It would be, I guess, just a bit of encouragement, and it sounds like you're working with them.
Yeah.
They would be the ultimate fit for a large part of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they are certainly, and they're not alone with the other 2 supporters as well.
Yeah.
The lease agreement that we have with the council is extremely attractive, and one that we've sort of putting into our calculations to work through. So
yeah.
The council stepped up
and I'm sure Rata will as well.
Yeah, good, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's used up your time, but very well put. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okie doke. So righty ho. Now we have hear from Jason Campbell, Gary Horan, and Jared Loader, who will speak to us about the Port of Littleton. Greetings, chaps.
Yep. My name is Jared Loader. I'm a foreman stevedore in the container terminal at Littleton Port of Christchurch. First off, I would like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak today at such short notice, and please bear in mind that some of what I'm sharing could be seen as whistleblowing by my employer. As most of you are aware by now, our Chief of Container Operations, Amrita Ballamoran, who in no words has no shipping experience, under the instruction of CEO Graham Sumner, has tabled a restructured document for container operations in the port under the title of a proposal. This proposal sees a dissolution of 31 full-time positions, 24 relieving positions. 6 of these positions are admin management roles on individual agreements, while the remaining 25 full-time positions and 24 relieving positions fall under collective agreements held between LPC, the Maritime Union of New Zealand, MUNZ, and the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union, RMTU. One of the 25 full-time positions in jeopardy is my core role, foreman stevedore, while the 24 relieving positions come from the cargo handler groups. The proposal claims to save LPC $3.9 million in salaries and wages, with 20 new positions created for people willing to go to an individual agreement on lesser terms and conditions, which means 16 people will unfortunately be offered redundancy or go back to being cargo handlers. We have serious safety concerns over this. I am speaking today because the restructure proposal comes under the guise of health and safety development, all things that are core to the role of the foreperson and relievers. Yes, we are tasked with the efficient exchange of cargo from ship to shore and vice versa, while communicating with foreign crews, keeping our borders safe from biosecurity threats, also overseeing customs officials x-raying containers looking for illegal contraband, while overseeing yard duties carried out by unskilled labour. We're also there to help develop cargo handler skills and promote recognise talent and maturity into safety-sensitive roles like crane driving, hatch person, coal ship loader, relieving foreperson, etc., while being a go-to point of contact for any cargo handler and management concerns. Our main responsibility, though, is to ensure that every person who enters the port, be it cargo handlers, foreign crews, contractors or truck drivers, leaves the port alive and in one piece, as stevedoring is such a dangerous occupation that it comes second only to forestry in type of injury, and unfortunately second only to mining for deaths on the job after the Pike River disaster. In fact, you have more chance of being seriously maimed or killed on a wharf in New Zealand than you would if you joined any of our armed forces. This is why our four-person team, myself included, take our job so seriously and have serious safety concerns about LPC's proposal. In my time at the port, there have been 6 deaths, 2 of which have affected me deeply as they were friends. None of these deaths have happened under the supervision of a foreperson, something we are proud of and wish to continue. In fact, the report into the death of Don Grant on a coal ship recommended putting a foreperson on the ship as an added safety net. Throughout the world, there are deaths in ports because of no direct supervision by a foreperson. The last death in Auckland of young Pala'amo Kalati, a father of 7, resulted in the charge of manslaughter against former Auckland CEO Tony Gibson, was a direct result of the model that LPC want to introduce in Littleton. This has kept me awake at night, as I know that this proposal will result in another death in the port because a foreperson will not be present. This is something I don't really know if I will cope with, as I have witnessed enough death on the job as it is. And I know that a foreperson being present will ensure we never have to experience this again, hence our serious safety concerns over the proposal. What I'm asking of you, the council, bearing in mind that Graham Sumner gave his word that anyone under collective agreement would not be affected by the restructure, is to instruct LPC through your CCHL arm to honour the letter of expectation from CCHL Finance Committee to engage with unions and invite both MUNZ and RMTU to the table to come up with a solution that works for everybody, not just give feedback by the 19th of this month on something that they want to implement anyway, no matter the risk to life. Finally, I ask, who will be held to account when a death occurs? Will it be the innocent victim? Will it be the container operations officer Amrita? Will it be the CEO Graham, who has employed a lawyer to protect himself and LPC from legal liability? Or now I have made you all aware of our concerns, will it be you, the councillors and mayor, that let this happen, all for the sake of saving $3.9 million in wages and salaries? What is the price of a life? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Absolutely perfect timing. And thank you for bringing in and sharing your concerns with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
I'm open to questions if anybody
No,
has
we've
any.
used all our time up, sorry, but you were
that's
absolutely spot on in your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the time.
Much appreciated.
Good on you. Okay, so we've got deputations by appointment. After lunch today, we'll hear a number of deputations on item 10, Otatahi Christchurch Future Transport. The decision for this report will actually be coming to our 19th of March meeting. Today, we are simply taking the time to hear submissions. So item 3.2, we have one deputation this morning on item number 9, Gloucester Street, layout and traffic resolutions. I'd like to welcome Anne to the table, please.
Morena, tēnā koutou. I see that I have already spoken, according to the record, but anyway. Thank you for approving my deputation request in respect of agenda item 9, Gloucester Street layout and traffic resolutions. Clause 4.1 in the staff report states, the Gloucester Street Streets for People trial included changes such as adding street furniture and other features that would create an environment that is safe and attractive for road users. First, I must say that since submitting my request, I've received helpful information from council staff, and I'm grateful for their prompt and detailed advice. My request arose from my experience last weekend. It pertained to the trial planter box located on the south side of Gloucester Street outside Turanga, immediately on the eastern side of the 5-minute parking space. That is to the rear of any vehicle parking in the 5-minute parking space, and in particular to the vegetation in that box and the potential safety implications for motorists and cyclists. Having parked on Saturday in the 5-minute parking space to return some library books, I had difficulty subsequently in determining when it would be safe to exit the parking space. Because of the height and width of the vegetation in the planter box behind my car, I had almost nil visibility in my rearview mirror as to whether a motorist or cyclist were approaching from the east. On Sunday, a motorist parked in the very same parking space informed me that the reduced visibility was making it difficult for her also to exit the parking space safely. She encouraged me to raise the matter with the council today. However, the staff inform me now that the trial planter box will be removed as part of the work to amend the street layout. A narrower planter box is to be placed immediately to the east of a planned additional 5-minute parking space outside Turanga. Unlike the trial planter box, the narrower box will not encroach into the road space and users of the parking spaces will be able to see vehicles travelling west along Gloucester Street in their side mirrors. If the vegetation grows to a size where it is obstructing visibility and creating a safety issue, it can be trimmed to improve sightlines for users of those parking spaces. It appears we can be satisfied then that the planned removal of the trial plant box will maintain customer satisfaction with the ease of use of council on-street parking facilities, a level of service set out in the staff report at clause 6.6.1. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the planned removal of the trial planter box with the thriving but obscuring vegetation, I remain concerned that for the purpose of a trial layout, a planter box was able to be placed in such a manner that it encroached into the road space and furthermore that the vegetation selected has been able to grow in height and width during the trial to the extent that visibility has been significantly reduced for a motorist exiting the adjacent 5-minute parking space, with potential safety implications not only for the departing motorist, but also for any motorist or cyclist approaching from the east. Also, only through the hearings process were potential safety implications identified regarding the placement of another trial planter box encroaching into the road space and thereby obstructing sightlines from the Wilson parking access. I applaud the Council's efforts to create an environment that is attractive for road users. However, in planning such improvements, even on a trial basis, I'm sure you would agree that providing for the safety of road users must be the overarching objective. There are lessons to be learned from the Gloucester Street trial layout.
Thank you very much. I know that in Beckenham, the community put in some planter boxes, but they were quite low and the planting in them were below the window line of a car. So this is above that, obviously, because it's hindered your view. Have you seen any other temporary planter boxes of that height?
I think, first of all, it depends what type of vehicle you're driving. We don't all drive high Range Rovers, and some of us have more sort of...
No, I wish, but actually I do drive a car.
Yes, but it's obviously if you're in a vehicle with higher windows, you've got better visibility.
Yeah.
But for so many cars that are lower to the ground in the rear window, in your rear vision mirror, yes. No, I mean, I haven't... This only happened on Saturday and Sunday, so I haven't made a study of them.
Okay. Yeah, no,
and it's a relief to know that, as the staff have said, the offending planter box will be removed and a narrow one.
That's a very good point, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, please.
Thanks so much for that, Anne. And agree that, with the planter boxes, it's a council responsibility because we're putting them in, and so making sure they're fit for purpose is really important. You mentioned the whole double cab ute thing. Do you run into similar problems when, for example, a double cab ute is parked behind your car? So, I mean, they're very large.
Well, that was in the staff advice that I received when I considered my request. They said, well, with the new one, the narrow one, it's sort of the situation, will be sort of not dissimilar to if you have a large vehicle parked behind you.
That's right.
But I was
Because
thinking
that happens,
about that. But the difference
cars have
is,
got so much bigger.
I mean, it's chance as to whether there's a big vehicle parked behind
And
you.
that's right.
But in this case,
it's a council
even for a
responsibility.
trial, you had the permanent council authorised fixture.
Yeah. I'm glad it's been moved. Thanks so much.
Well, it will be.
Okay. Thank you, Anne, for bringing that to attention. Well done. Good on
Thank you.
Right, number 4, petitions. We have no petitions, so I'll move on. And before we get on a bit further, for item number 9, I'm going to withdraw item number 9, Gloucester Street layout and traffic resolutions. It's under 6.8 of standing orders. The staff are reviewing the impact of the new rule on speed limits and the resolutions. A new report will come back at the next council meeting. So we're just calling our jets on that for today.
Fall under the central city speed limit area?
We'll bring advice back to the next board meeting. It's just been brought to our attention this morning.
Yep. Okay. Can I... Right, we're now moving to council minutes, and I'm happy to move them, and Pauline's happy to second them. For items number 5 and 6, they're open council minutes and council annual plan minutes. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. That's carried. Community Board Part A reports, this one here, acquisition of land on 657 Pages Road. This is as clear as mud. I'm happy to move it, and Kelly is happy to second it, even though I haven't asked him. Pardon? Oh, do you want to move it? Okay, righto. Yeah. No, what have I written here? It's a tiny little sliver of dirt that's been owned by someone in 1885. So it's just tidying up a bit of loose ends. He wasn't answering the phone. Okay. All those in favour? Sorry, Celeste? Question?
Sorry, it was a bit tongue-in-cheek. Can we just extend that Public Works Act to another part of the mall?
Sorry, just joking.
Right, I'll put that motion number 8. All those in favour? Against? Thanks, that's carried. We're now going, 9's out, so we're now going into public excluded, and we'll go for lunch. And the deputations are scheduled for 1 o'clock, but I'd like everyone to be back here at 10 to 1 because we've got Jane wants to just have a wee yarn to us beforehand before we start on the thing. So, yeah, we're doing those. Yeah. Yep. So I'm happy to move into PX and Pauline's happy to second it. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you, that's carried. So we'll just wait for the room to clear. And then we've got 2 wee items here. Thank you everyone for coming back on time. It's great. We'll now hear from submitters on item 10.
Sorry, the first thing is an update from staff.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's right. Yes.
No, it's not on the run sheet.
No, it's not on the run sheet. That's why we came early. Jane, bring us up to speed, please.
I will, and I won't be long. I just wanted to give a quick process update before we start, just to reconfirm where we are in the process and next steps before we hear deputations. So, as councillors are aware, we're continuing the process of refreshing the council's 30-year transport strategy today. And as a quick process recap before we hear deputations, you'll recall that on the 6th of November last year, the decision was made to release the draft for consultation, and that consultation process took place between for the remainder of November through into December last year. You'll also recall that at that 6th November meeting, councillors resolved not to hold a hearings panel for this strategy, but to hear oral submissions as deputations at a council meeting, and that's what we're doing today. So the process from here will be to hear those deputations, and then we're going to come back to the council meeting on the 19th of March for the adoption decision. We've included the report and the analysis of submissions with the proposed amendments as part of your pack today. So it's all there for you to look at if you haven't already. Just very quickly at a headline level, we received just under 100 written submissions through the consultation process with just under 10,500 website views of the document. At the highest level, 49% of submitters were supportive of the strategy, 39% were somewhat supportive, and 12% were not supportive. So that's at the highest level. So we'll hear deputations today, and following on from that, staff will be available to take any questions that you might have. And as a follow-up, we'll also invite you to send any additional queries or alternative amendments that you might want to make to the draft strategy through the Democratic Services team, and we'll put a date on that for early next week. So there'll be a follow-up email for that as well. So that is my process update.
Onward and upward. Thank you very much for the clarity. That's good.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up, I'd like to welcome David and John, who are here from the Horswell Residents Association. Welcome.
Do I need... No, I don't need to push a button, do I?
As long as it's green, you're all go.
It's all go. Okay, thanks very much. So kia ora, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today about our submission. So I'm David Hawke, the Treasurer for Horswell Residents Association, and with me is John Bennett, who's our Chairman. So in the time available, we're just going to cover a couple of points relating to our submission. So some of these are quite hard, I'm afraid. But first up, your document contains totally unacceptable errors as it relates to Horswell. So I'm going to go with two of those. First up, you've left a chunk of Horswell off the map, and this being the new subdivision south of Horswell Junction Road, south of Quaifs Road, and near Sutherlands Road. This says to us that you have got nothing to say about the transport for the people who live in that area, but they have to get around just like everyone else. So, you know, how do they get their children to school and to work? But it actually, sort of going sideways from that a bit, it brings up a bigger problem. So those homes are on the southern side, southern edge of our suburb, and they obviously move around. So some of them will head to the central city for work or buy their groceries or children to school. So they become the traffic that going through Hoonhay and Addington or Cashmere. And so us folk in Horswell become their problem. But there's actually more than that, because there's the people from Selwyn District. And so far as we can see, the draft strategy ignores this. But as we speak today, Selwyn District Council is widening Ellesmere Road to bring more cars our way, and by definition, the rest of the city as well. We actually brought that issue to you through both Horswell, Hornby, Riccarton and Spraden, Cashmere, Heathcote community boards a couple of years ago, but nothing happened. Second in the list of errors, I've called them, is that you've rerouted the bus that goes from Hallsville to the central city on the Hallsville Queen's Park route. So the strategy actually reroutes that bus. So we've talked about this quite a bit, but at the end we're sort of gobsmacked by the pretentiousness of City Council in actually rerouting one of our buses. As you may or may not know, the question of Hallsville bus routes has been really contentious for us in our community over many years, with a number of false starts through ECAN. Councillor Moore has been really active in this issue, and we really appreciate his advocacy. Having said that, there now seems to be a process underway at ECAN, which is good, and we're kept in the loop of that with Councillor Swiggs from ECAN, who comes to most of our meetings. Now, through this strategy, you're actually sticking your oar into this process by saying where you think the bus should go. As tactfully as we can, and we're being a bit blunt here, we actually say it's not your business, and you should leave it to the people whose business it is. As we're sure you know, there is a forum for you to be involved. The Regional Transport Committee springs to mind, and doing it through this strategy, this draft strategy, is not the way to do it. If we turn a bit more to something more future-focused, multimodal transport, so we talk a bit about park and ride and secure bus parking in our submission, and you will also see that we highlight that Waimakariri District Council has sorted it out in Rangiora, and we think you should do that too. And finally, in our submission, we argue that it'd be really good to include an appendix, a list of schools across Christchurch for the active travel options and challenges. And what that does is that would give you a proxy for the effectiveness of the network across age, gender, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. I think that will do for now. Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. That now, on Ellesmere Road, that comes onto the top end of Sabies Road roughly. Is that, I'm thinking the right way?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, and that's funneling people from Lincoln right into a bit where it's can't fit.
Yeah, so through Hallsville and then on through Addington, Hoonhay, Addington or Cashmere.
But even getting into Sabies Road round that little bit there, Hallsville Junction Road, is a bit tight and messy as well.
Yeah, although there's the route through, there's a roundabout being put in at the end of Candies Road, which enables that part to be dodged around, if you like.
Okay, no. Thank you very much for your time. That's good. And you've got 15 seconds and no one's asking a question. Are you, Andre?
Well, do you have a view on us waiting for a few more thousand people to move in and for the area to get a lot busier before starting work on the remainder of Lincoln Road?
Well, the experience that we have, unfortunately, is of council just continually kicking the can down the road on those public transport improvements.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good
Thank
on
you.
Well done. We have now Grace. M. Grace.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just on the last one, are we able to get, some confirmation that the map will be corrected so Hallsville exists? Feels a bit like New Zealand and world maps.
Yeah, there's stuff on the south of Place Road.
The answer is yes.
Far away.
Awesome. Kia ora koutou, I'm M. Grace Stan. I'm the chairperson of Greater Otatahi. For anyone that doesn't know, we're a non-partisan organisation consisting of a range of Otatahi Christchurch residents from across the city who want to create a better future-focused city. We want to see a Otatahi that is livable and equitable for generations to come, and transport's a big part of that. Our position is that this is generally a really good plan that should be adopted. It's really heading in the right direction. It just needs to be pushed further in some sort of key ways that I'll comment on. Most of this is in our submission fully. But sort of the main points that we're thinking of is that we need to be looking towards making sure we're getting stuff right in the places where development's going to continue to happen, both for the people that are there at the moment, but also the future generations. So that means people that are going to move in the next 10 years, but also looking forward to, the future beyond that. We shouldn't just be reacting to when people move into these areas and then causing disruption, or moving people into car-focused areas and then going, oh, this is a space that needs public transport. We know where these places are going to be. We can start thinking about this now. And that's why one of our big calls was that the transport system isn't just about managing growth, but enabling growth. It sort of allows people to live a range of lives, a range of people to live in a range of areas, and areas with sort of high infill development that we know is going to happen. We can use the funds to build transport infrastructure that supports that, rather than just spreading people further and further out onto the outskirts of the city that we know leads to poor outcomes in lots of ways if we leave them as they are and just continue to build houses further and further out. And we can also preempt that growth. So we can do cycleways, wider footpaths, safety improvements, bus infrastructure, and things like trees that we know create livable neighbourhoods and are also impacted by the transport network. And one of the ways that we can do this is just by getting started now, so ensuring that there's some interim solutions that can be trialled out, allow for the safety benefits, not locking the council into long-term changes before we know what is working. So we can put cycleways in, we can put bus infrastructure in, those sort of things. And that's part of just allowing for a wider perspective on our transport system. So looking beyond just the things that happen on the road, but also the wider impact from pollution, but also things like air quality that we know kill up to 500 people, lose their lives in Christchurch due to things like air quality every year. That is quite strongly linked to our roads and how we're building them and what we're focusing on. And the last point is that we don't need to wait for fancy new technological developments like autonomous vehicles, delivery drones and that sort of things. We know broadly what works for people to get around, what creates livable neighbourhoods, what creates places where people want to walk around their neighbourhoods, get to work safely, all those sort of things. We don't need to be waiting for some future technology to come and save us. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Celeste, question please.
Thank you for your submission, and my question's around something that I haven't seen reference to around equity in terms of where you think some of the gaps are in terms of the strategy. And I'm meaning sort of people, sort of elderly, people who don't have access to a car, live in areas that are currently not serviced by buses or major cycle routes or safe ways of getting around. Have you got any thoughts on where there might be some gaps in terms of the strategy in that area?
Yes, I think there's some gaps in the strategy around thinking about sort of, sorry, I'm just making sure, just looking at what we've said, sort of having that transport choices for everyone and what that actually looks like. If it's not just investment in things like education, while important, it is also that investment in this infrastructure that is good quality. Again, we're not the first city in the world to deal with these problems. We know that things like creating walkable neighbourhoods and having high quality footpaths is something that's important that could be developed in this plan further, rather than just focusing on the surfacing of our roads. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Spot on timing. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. David, please.
Sorry, there's just, do you want, just with what, do you want us to raise the questions now to staff, or what do you?
Well, you'll have to, yeah, because I was over time on that, but if you've got questions, raise them.
Just the question about the footpaths not being required by developers. That's an issue that's come up before, so can we just get noted to get some advice on that?
Footpaths not required by developers.
As part of subdivisions.
Yeah, can we just have a process? What process do you want us to use for, do we just collect all our questions to send through by email? Like it's just like, yeah.
Well, if we can't ask them here because we run out of time.
That's it.
Just do anything.
Yep. Email, yes.
Yeah, into Katie.
Okay. Oh,
Kia ora, team. So most of my points are covered in my written submission, so I'm not going to go too in the weeds on it. One thing I wanted to highlight was that I'm really glad that disaster resiliency is part of the plan. especially as the climate changes. This is going to become really important. But I think there also needs to be consideration of economic resiliency. So that is to say, creating a transport network that can survive shocks to the economy. We know this from the 1970s when you have sudden spikes in oil prices. Possibly even this winter we might even have spikes in electricity prices. That can really rapidly change people's transport habits. They tend to switch to things like cycling or public transit in a hurry. So having a network that's able to scale well to meet that challenge, I think should be considered as part of the resiliency component of our transport network. I've been pretty pleased to see some focus on like micromobility and cycle infrastructure, but I think there needs to be more done on that in the central city. When I was up in Wellington recently, they've got these huge bicycle lock-up boxes, which are pretty cool. You can kind of like lock your bike up there, and they've got cameras and things. Bike theft is a problem in Christchurch, so some of those would be pretty cool. And similarly for the scooters, I'm really glad that we've got micromobility scooters in the city. They seem to work quite well, seem to be popular, but I am concerned that they block up the footpath quite a lot. So some consideration to creating something like scooter hubs where people can park, like a painted spot where people are allowed to park those. My understanding is the software supports that, so it's something that can be done. And that would be good for making footpaths a bit more accessible for people who have mobility issues. And my final point is just on congestion charging and the price of parking. So actually congestion charging has just passed its first reading in Parliament, so it's a thing that's on the way. The purpose of congestion charging fundamentally is to expose car drivers to the high social cost of bringing their cars into the central city. Cars take up a lot of space, and they can be a problem in the central city. So exposing people to that cost directly is, I think, generally a good idea. But I'd also point out that we have a lot of free parking in the central city. Some people would probably claim not enough, but I think it's actually too much as it is. And that's one way to expose car drivers to the cost of their choice to bring cars into the central city. You can charge them for that through parking fees. And the City Council can do that right now. You can apply more parking fees, expose car drivers to that cost. I think there's more room to be done there around the pricing model. So ideally, the way you should be pricing car parking is in a way that you always have enough demand to meet supply. There's sort of like technological solutions to this around monitoring when sort of the high use periods are and amending car parking fees on that basis, so that we should theoretically demand should never exceed supply when it comes to car parking. And one final point that I'd like to ask about is I've banged this drum a few times. I think there should be no parking fees for mobility parking permit holders at all in the central city. So if you've got a mobility parking permit, you should be able to park in council car parks for free. I think that's a pretty sensible idea to make it a bit more accessible for people who do genuinely need to use a car to get into the central city.
Thank you for your submission. It was really music to my ears in your first comment around the well-managed transport assets, where you want us to do road surfacing renewals with options to do redesigns to get better safety and amenity outcomes. I was just wondering if you've raised that with your local community board, who will be sort of giving feedback on the programs. And if you want to elaborate maybe a little bit more on just that point, but it's something that I've been struggling to get done as well. So I'd be interested in hearing more about it.
Recently I asked for some safety improvements on Starks Road. I mentioned it specifically in my submission that Starks Road was resurfaced last year, and frankly the road surface was okay to begin with. I don't really think it needed to be resurfaced. But I feel like that was a missed opportunity to also put in traffic calming measures, do some improvements to make the road a bit safer for residents. I've heard from residents along Starks Road that they feel that cars are travelling too fast down there, for example. So I think it's a way you could save money, and also like if you not give up opportunities to improve the infrastructure in the area too.
Did you, just to check, were you engaged in that process around the road maintenance, or was there no opportunity for you? Like, do you think if council looked at maybe changing its process to engage when it does roading renewal maintenance, that would give you the opportunity to raise those things?
Yeah, that would be good. So we did get the flyer drop to say that the road was being renewed, but there wasn't really kind of an obvious way to feedback. In hindsight, I probably could have just sent someone an email, but I didn't at the time. So yeah, I think that could be improved.
Okay, thank you, Yanni. Good as gold. That's spot on timing. Thank you very much, David.
Thanks.
Diane, please.
Hi. Sorry. Just my voice doesn't want to work now. Hi. Yeah, okay. Concerned ratepayers, we could only somewhat agree to most of the things presented in this plan, as communication was a bit of an issue. Some of the language used throughout, thank you, the consultation paper may have been understood by all here in this building, but we struggled with the meaning of some phrases. For example, developing proactive network management approaches. It sounds really nice, but what does this actually mean? Enabling economic and other priority activities. Well, my priorities will be different from yours, and yours will be different than yours, so who chooses the priority? So genuine transport choices for everyone. Well, there's 5 choices available to me, and I usually choose between 3 different modes, bus, walking and so forth. So how many choices do we need before it becomes genuine? So what does this mean? We also want to acknowledge that transport choices must include independent car travel. There are increasing numbers of people, young and old, with health issues who are unable to use active transport, and there's grandparents, parents with more than one grandchild or child, and with car seats and so on, like buses aren't always an option. Also, simple terms like greening our street should be straightforward, but as previous council documents proposed transforming streets into play streets, etc., that do not allow vehicles at all, this phrase also needs clarification. And for the record, trees were considered fine, but street gardens, which tend to need expensive maintenance, are not essential, as time and money is better spent on maintaining our existing parks and keeping rates down. All in all, there needs to be a bit more clarity in the way things are written, and I want to finish this one point off with a plea to please stop repeating the misleading misinformation that the travel corridors planned for Papanui and Riccarton roads will have mass rapid transport. There's no way that any ground level transport on wheels, rails, or hovering above the ground is going to be traveling at 80 plus Ks in the city. Therefore, to continually say it will be rapid is false advertising, so please just say it'll be a travel corridor. So on to safer transport network. This will be a bit contentious here, but I'd like to see the roads made safer for cars, which I believe will make it safer for other road users. A massive safety issue that has been largely overlooked and our transport options become increasingly electrified is our ability to cope with the unique hazards that come from lithium-ion battery fires of all sizes. I've referenced this in my written submission, and anyway, a lithium battery fire reaches temperatures of 2,500 degrees Celsius. This is higher than the melting point of steel and can cause structural damage to buildings. In comparison, a diesel fire is approximately 700 to 800 degrees Celsius. A petrol fire, car fire takes an average of 1,000 gallons or 4,000 liters of water to extinguish, compared to an e-car fire that takes an average of 30,000 gallons or 114,000 liters of water to contain the damage to the surrounding area until the fire burns itself out. And of course, an e-bus would require 3 or 4 times that amount of water again. And note that batteries can burn while completely submerged in water as they make their own oxygen. Littleton Tunnel has a robust sprinkler system designed for petrol diesel fires, but will this cope with an electric battery fire and explosion, especially buses that have 3 to 4 times the power of an e-car? Tunnels and car parking buildings are the most dangerous places for such fires as they are confined spaces. Battery fires do not happen as frequently as ICE or internal combustion engine fires, but are far more costly to the whole environment as the amount of deadly toxic fumes released when the fire does occur. So up to 6,000 liters of flammable, highly toxic vapor may be produced for every 1 kilowatt of battery capacity. So your e-bike scooter will release approximately 1,500 litres of toxic fumes, and an e-bus is approximately 1,500,000 litres of toxic fumes. The gases produced potentially leave toxic deposits on all surfaces in the atmosphere. Therefore, once flames are under control, hazards remain. Many issues arise around cleanup, cost to the environment, liability, compensation, health issues, damages to infrastructure, and so on. There was a fire in a new housing complex next to the Palms caused by a charging scooter. Well, how many people take their scooter or e-bike into buildings like this one to charge them and keep them safe? Lime scooters are left in all kinds of places, sometimes next to flammable objects like fences. A house in Auckland burned down because of a drill battery that wasn't even charging at the time. And in South Korea, there was an apartment car park where one e-car went into thermal runaway and ended up destroying 140 vehicles, plus the apartments were unlivable due to the toxic fumes coating everything. Lithium-ion batteries are here to stay, and thus the council needs to begin to take a few simple steps to avoid or minimize damage to people and infrastructure.
How's progress there, Diane? How are you getting on? You nearly done?
Oh, that's done. I have a couple suggestions, but that are cost effective, but I'm done.
Thank you very much, and that's good information. Thank you for your research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just if I may, could we just check on the safety process for the Littleton tunnel? Because it's actually a really good point. I hadn't thought of it before, but thank you.
Okay, George, please.
Hello. So thank you for letting me come to Jamaica to personal deputation. I just wanted to highlight a comment from a previous speaker, David's point about painted spots maybe on the road or places to put those lime scooters so they stop clogging up the footpaths is a really good point and a really good idea. My submission, I just wanted to highlight a few things, particularly around enforcement of illegal parking, which endangers the lives of road users, and the lack of enforcement through photographic evidence. I do note that the successful implementation of the automatic traffic enforcement outside St Thomas's College along Middle Park Road, and there should be more of these over the city to stop illegal car parking in cycleways and endangering families with children. Additionally, there's no collection of data outside of normal operating hours for illegal parking. So I've given up calling to the staff because they won't file a report, even if you call out outside of operating hours for your parking enforcement. How do you know what the problem is if you don't collect the data on it? And genuine transport options. Looking at a newspaper article a few months ago, the census data shows a clear trend of where safe cycling infrastructure is built. People will cycle where it is provided. Overall, I'm supportive of the goals, but I'd like to see us be more ambitious and invest in safe cycling infrastructure for everyone. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Yes, Tyler, please.
Kia ora, George. Great to see you, my friend. Hey, I just want to hone in a bit more on the micromobility part of it. And I understand the zoning within the central city, which is perfect. Occasionally I've seen, particularly in Riccarton, students using them to go from the central city to more suburban areas. Would you want to create zones for the suburbs too, or is it mainly aimed at the central city?
Yes, it would be, I think, citywide, because it's a problem citywide.
Yeah.
My thought would be just having a car parking spot on the road, which could be put those temporary stick-on things, put it on the corner of every street corner or within whatever distance is reasonable, and then people can park them there.
Cool. Thank you.
Right, Judy. Kel?
Yeah, thanks, George. Intriguing concept. So could you just explain that? So are you suggesting if somebody takes a scooter from town to, say, Riccarton, that there are certain spots that they could park and then they would walk to their home, or would it be a certain spot on the road outside their home? Is that what you're kind of suggesting?
Like a street park, but like a car park, but for a scooter.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe like on a street corner. on every
So
street.
then they would walk to their homes or something like that. Yeah, great idea. I really like that because it bothers me that they're all over the city as well.
Yeah, especially as like a recent dad, we've started walking around the neighbourhood with prams, and it's very difficult to navigate when there's like scooters blocking the narrow footpaths.
Okay. Thank you, George. Thank you for Celeste.
You talk about gaps in the major cycle network, and you've identified some key streets. Are there any others across the city in terms of gaps in the MCR network that you think should be prioritised?
Trying to remember what ones I popped in my submission. It's a while ago now.
Are there any, in terms of the ones around the city, for instance, connecting the city to the suburbs? I'm aware that we get a lot of people feeding back that they find it hard to get into the city from the eastern suburbs. Would you agree that that's been your experience?
I would say so. Yeah, there's like it's like the ring roads of like Morehouse Ave and Boehm Street. They're big, like difficult places to cross, and there's not many crossing points to cross like safely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, Mel.
At the last sentence, you've talked about modal filters to prevent rat running on side streets. What sort of things were you thinking of?
Concrete blocks, bollards, that sort of stuff.
So does to prevent cars going down there, or
Yes.
is that what you're meaning?
Yeah, prevent vehicles, so they'll still be able to access, but they'll just have to go the long way around. Yeah. But then still allowing people to walk and cycle and wheelchair through for accessibility.
Perfect. Thank you, George. Thank you very much. Cool. Okay, is Benjamin here? Yeah, good. Thank you.
Ooh. There we go. Cool. So it's currently acknowledged the current state of Christchurch is we have fallen behind compared to similar sized cities, especially in other OECD countries when it comes to our transportation. This is especially around our current lack of any form of commuter railway system. We have a larger city in Australasia to not have any form of commuter rail. It's pretty common for cities with similar metropolitan sizes in Europe and parts of Asia and Australia to have some form of commuter rail. So this is a very shortened version of my speech. It's been clear to them that there's numerous benefits from operating a railway system. However, we've missed numerous opportunities to implement some sort of form of rail in Christchurch. Obviously, post-quake, it's been very easy to stick even a heavy rail corridor, like a tunnel, trench or something like that, through the centre city. We've had a lot of delays and stuff with Greater Christchurch Partnership, which is almost now in hibernation mode in some ways. Even the last Labour government, they did offer the funding for commuter rail trials, but local authorities apparently had a lack of interest in it. We've kicked the can down the road so many times, and we keep missing more opportunities. And I'm getting quite concerned that how many more decades do we have to actually wait to try catch up and start progressing forwards to the future? And I say this because obviously there's the efficiency advantages of rail, such as your physical principles of rolling resistance, easy to electrify, high capabilities, and overall long-term better economic outcomes compared to, say, bus rapid transit or other modes or for land transportation. But a really core part of this is how we can shape the future of Christchurch through having a form of railway system. Of course, there's a lot of transit-oriented development opportunities for Christchurch, and to have, of course, people want to live near railway stations. And that can allow for, if we have the right planning policies in place and with corridors we choose near the stations, that can spur quite significant development, either done through council or in private. And I say that because there's some cases of, the amount of investment you put into rail, obviously, because rail is a initial high cost investment compared to, say, bus rapid transit. But if the outcomes are far better in terms of like potential private investment and development opportunities, such as you can look at Bergen, Norway, where they had their light rail system, which they opened in the early 2010s. They've had numerous expansions since then, and it's a city which is a bit smaller than Christchurch, and they've had 30 times the amount of private investment for every krona, though, of course, but percentage every dollar they spent, they had 30 times the amount of private investment put into rail, so it's gone up from previously. So having, shaping growth in future corridors down desired rail corridors, obviously we've had identified these corridors, potentially with a Greater Christchurch Partnership, the Hornby City Centre Belfast corridor. There's heavy rail options I've discussed for tram trains, and if you're looking at the my written submission. But as I say, it's the opportunities are huge from rail because it's such an attractive mode of transportation and efficient. And please do not be fooled by things like trackless trams, which don't have the efficiencies to it and have been shown cities which have been trialling them to not spur the benefits of rail. It's shortened version. Questions?
Right, Tyler, please.
Hey, Benjamin.
Hey.
That is one of the best written submissions I've seen in a long time. I really appreciate your time on this. The question I've got is around the current planned route from potentially Rolleston all the way through to Belfast. I mean, you've got Hornby, Riccarton.
Yeah, it's been shortened because they chose to do light rail over, or like a new corridor with bus road transit or light rail over using existing heavy rail corridors. Obviously, if you should do an entirely new corridor between like the rural areas between Hornby and Rolleston and Kaiport, Belfast and Rangiora, that's obviously a lot of expensive costs. So that's why they shortened it. So. Yeah.
So do you agree with the current route?
Yeah, if you want to do a development corridor, like that is the key route, I would say. As I say, I've gone to discuss further on train bit, which can work, but it's to look for a submission for that because I think I'm out of time.
And the last quick one is around the trackless trams in comparison to the ones that are rail. Can you elaborate a bit more on why you're against the trackless ones?
There is the efficiencies, as I say, because there are essentially bendy buses with a misleading name. So it's obviously rolling resistance of them, like tyres. I have a much higher roll resistance than steel wheels and steel track. But yeah, it's been shown like places such as Melbourne and a few other places which began trialing them, but have become a bit problematic, as well as showing that other bus road transit systems. Which are basically they do not spur the amount of development that things do, and there's numerous cities around the world which have already gone and started replacing a bus road transit with some form of rail to allow for that future growth.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, mate. That's perfect timing. Thank you. Okay, Richard, please. Good timing. Hi, Nicky.
Hi, afternoon everyone. Good to see you. First time this year. Obviously not going to be the last. It looks like we've got a whole raft of things coming up. I'm here to submit on part of a People's Group and associated companies, but also Nikki Carter from Carter Group. Basically, we're opposed to this draft plan, not only to its contents, but for its actual existence. We question why we've even got a draft plan. We've got a strategic plan, transport strategic plan that was prepared in 2012 for 30 years, going through to 2042. So I've got a question, why have we got a new plan? 16 years early. Is there a problem? Is there an identified problem there? I read the plan. There isn't even an identified problem or reason why we've done a new plan 16 years early. So there's been billions of dollars invested based on this plan. Billions. Based on the layout, the roading, the networks, billions and billions of dollars. And for some reason, the council seems to have capacity to do a new plan 16 years early without even articulating why we've done a new plan. I've asked, because this has been an ongoing thing with your transport division about parking and accessibility. I've asked numerous times, who's leading it? Is it council led? Have you guys asked for a new plan to be done 16 years early? I know you haven't. Is it the CEO? I know she hasn't. Is it the mayor? I know he hasn't. Who's done it? Where's it come from? Why are we doing it? That's a fundamental question. We've got a plan, and it's been based for the investment in Christchurch. The surplus capacity that you must have to do a new plan 16 years early in the the town traffic planners. If you've got that much spare capacity, please put them towards the consenting process. It's just taken us 7 months to get a building consent to build an 8 square metre extension. It costs us $16,500 to get a building consent for a $5,000 petition wall. Where is the priorities? You're in a situation where you're talking about 9 to 10% rates increases over the next few years, but apparently you have the millions and millions of dollars necessary to prepare this plan 16 years before it's meant to be done. Phil, you talked about going line by line through the costs. When you get to this line, you can cross that out, and you know what the impact on the city will be? Nothing. I didn't want to start off the year with giving you guys a barrelling, but I'm going to. The new draft plan is silent on why we need it. It's 16 years early, and on page 7, it talks about the success of the old one. It talks about the vibrancy and the accessibility and how wonderful the city is, based on the old plan. So what we've got is a situation where they talk about how wonderful the old plan was and how it's doing a great job, but we're going to spend the millions to do a new one. Much of the language is similar. It's accessibility and sustainability. The language is very, very, very similar. But I can tell you what the goal is. I know what the goal is because I know there's been the traffic planners have been doing changes which appear to come directly from the traffic plan without instruction from CEOs, without instruction from council, and they just seem to have their own agenda and they push that through in these changes that come through. They've been pulled up on that by submissions in business and ratepayers, and what the answer to it, instead of understanding that they're outside their lane, no pun intended, they've produced a new plan so they can just go carte blanche and go ahead and do what they want in the future. And I know what it's going to result in. They talk about reducing cars into the city by 25% over 4 years. How are they going to do that? They're going to remove parking. They're going to increase car park charges. They've talked about actually charging for car parking on private property. They've talked about congestion charges. And the weird thing is, it's congestion which in some places has been engineered by those very same traffic planners. They've purposely made it slower and congested to reduce cars coming in, and now they want to charge you for that very congestion. I don't understand how anyone can sit here and say that they believe that this is best for the city, because it certainly is not.
How are you getting on there time-wise?
Right, I'm nearly finished. Look, Christchurch has become an amazing city. It's very popular. Everything's going wonderfully from our perspective. I question the need for it. Christchurch is probably the coolest city in New Zealand. People want to come in here. They're living here. What are you doing? And if you truly believe that it's the best for the city, you should put it to the election. Go to the election saying that you want to reduce car parks, you want to increase charges, you want to stop access in the CBD. That's the answer, isn't it? If that's what you really want to truly believe, let the people decide whether that's the right thing. And just one last point, there's a plethora of anti-business proposals you've got coming out. You've got local alcohol policy, you've got the 300% and 400% increases in DCs, you've got the draft transport plan, and then you've got the industrial interface. All of them are anti-business. That's what we've got coming up over the next 3 weeks. You're going to see me a lot over the next couple of weeks. Okay, sorry, thank you.
Sarah, do you want to still have your question?
Yeah, just a question on the the need for a new one,
Mm-hmm.
being that information and technology and things have changed quite significantly over the last 13 years, do you see the need for us, because it's not just for the central city, this plan, it's for the whole district, to actually start doing some planning for climate resilience? Yeah, we've got a lot of transport infrastructure that is at risk with climate change. Do you think that we should, because that's what's in the new plan, we should be planning for that?
It's also in the old plan, Sarah. That's the difference. The
Not to
wording
that detail.
is effectively, well, the wording's almost identical. And the thing is, you're talking about if there is a reason that you're doing a 30-year plan, and you're still doing a 30-year plan, if you decide as a council that that is too long, maybe you should make that decision collectively. But obviously the new plan is 30 years plan as well. So does that mean in 10 years you're going to redo another plan? You know, technology is changing all the time. The document's almost silent on technology changes like driverless electric shuttle buses and, you know, getting an electric car that'll drop you off and drop you home. And it's almost silent on the technology that we're dealing with right now.
Thank you very much for coming in. And good to see you too, Nikki. Righto, so Stephen floating around. Oh, good day, mate.
Kia ora. Ko Stephen Tokainga. I'm going to talk about cycling, that's my thing. I'm a member of Spokes Canterbury, but this is my own submission. The strategy is full of good stuff. We're doing things well. For cycling, we've already got some great infrastructure. We're hosting a meeting of cycle advocates this month in Christchurch, and one of the appeals of doing it here is that people from other towns can come and see what we've got here. I'd like to comment briefly on some goals in the plan. Next slide, please. One of the goals talked. Can I have the next slide, please? Or do I do that? I'm keen about road safety. I'm keen to see our roads become safer and that people see them as safer, because a perception of poor safety is the number one reason that people don't take up cycling. I'm pleased to see that in the strategy it talks about taking more than just deaths and serious injuries as a measure of safety, that there are other causes, the health burden from reduced air quality and possible health gains. But there's also unseen costs whenever travel choice is limited. People choosing not to travel at all or to use a mode that's not the best for them. We talk about another goal, genuine transport choices for everyone, and that means that each transport mode needs an effective network. I'll talk about just cycling. Again, it's the perception of safety. The most common solution is that we provide separation for cyclists from other modes, but you still have to do more, because that network where we do that is not going to get from to every point. So we need to think about the safety on all roads, and we need to make the places where we are sharing modes safer and less daunting. Do those roads work for all ages and abilities of cycling? Here we're looking at there's two figures from the report, from the strategy, networks for different modes. On the left is freight network, and on the right is the cycle network. That cycle network one is the most encouraging thing in the whole strategy, in that we're looking at creating a network of safe cycle routes that go right across the city, almost everywhere. And that's part of the goal, is if you want to make cycling an effective choice, you need things that connect up. But you also need to make sure that those freight routes on the left and the cycle routes on the right are not sharing the same road, or if they are, there's a way of keeping them separated. Because about 10 years ago there was a cycle safety panel, and that was one of the key recommendations, was that heavy freight and cycles need to be kept separated for safety. On most roads, the plan is to share the space. Is that safe? Most of the time it is, but if it starts getting too tight, too busy, then it needs a safety plan. How is that cyclist going to stay safe in that space? A vibrant, healthy and livable city, this is my take on it. I used to live in the city 30, 40 years ago, and the city centre was just street. They were all the same. You couldn't really tell the difference between them. And now in the city centre, there are many more places where you can escape from those motor vehicles. So that's how I define a livable space. If I'm in suburban areas or local areas, how far away can I get from those busy streets? And I love it when I find a part of the city that feels like a village. Thank you.
All right. Great. Any questions? Kelly, please.
Thank you, Stephen. Our particular area, the east, is not that well served with cycleways, etc. I just want to talk specifically about a road like Martians Road, which is very big and wide, yet when you're cycling along there, it doesn't feel that safe. Have you got any suggestions as to what we might look at to differentiate the edge of the cycle lane from the main carriageway?
There are various treatments that have been used elsewhere in the city. You could actually have a two-way cycleway on one side and build some sort of physical barrier, or you could stick to one each side and still have some sort of barrier, a low curb, or hit the bendy poles, just to provide even just a little bit of separation between those things. Martians Road is one of the roads that I use most often to get to and from the city, and I'm used to it. I keep an eye on the separation of vehicles because I use a rear vision mirror, but it's daunting for 90% of cyclists to ride a road like that as it is, and some just won't do it. So you need to provide something that looks safer than the current.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen, for the effort and coming in. Thank you. Okay, now we have Jessie, please. Ready when you are, bud.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the crucial role of Christchurch Airport and the future transport strategy for Ōtautahi Christchurch. My name is Jesse, and I'm the Senior Environment and Planning Advisor at Christchurch Airport. Christchurch Airport is a key hub for domestic and international travel, supporting both leisure and business activities. It is also a key freight gateway for both the region and the broader South Island. The airport is therefore an integral part of Christchurch's transport network, and it's vital that transport decisions reflect its importance in connecting passengers, employees, and freight to the wider city and region. We're growing. Each year, nearly 7 million passengers pass through our airport, and on any given day, between 25 and 30,000 people are visiting our campus. Looking ahead, these numbers are expected to grow by 70% by 2040, reaching about 11.7 million per year. The airport campus is already the largest employment hub in the South Island, providing around 9,000 jobs, and this number is only likely to increase as we implement the growth in our master plan. This growth requires careful consideration in transport planning to ensure that the necessary infrastructure is in place to enable and support both current and future demand. The transport decisions and challenges facing Christchurch align closely with those at Christchurch Airport. In our submission, we urge the strategy to more clearly recognise the airport's role in the city and the need for improved transport connections, and our submission outlines the specific ways we think this should be achieved. And I'd just like to briefly touch on two key outcomes that we're seeking. The first being safe and effective access to Christchurch Airport. Effective transport connections to the airport are fundamental in achieving the goals in this strategy. This includes not only safe and efficient vehicle access, but also enhancing networks for freight, walking, cycling, and public transport. These connections are vital for passengers, employees and businesses alike. The airport is acutely aware of the severance created by State Highway 1, Russley Road, between the airport campus and the rest of the city, especially for vulnerable road users. And given the growth taking place at the airport, the intersection of State Highway 1 and some of those key routes, such as like Yoldhurst, Yearwood or Suez Arms, are going to present issues in the near future. And so that's something we're certainly keen to work with Council at the appropriate time. The second key outcome I'd like to speak to briefly is broader transport options for all employment hubs, including the airport. In terms of public transport, the current routes connecting the airport to the city are useful, but may need expanding in the future. There may also be demand for more frequent public transport connections to growing areas, particularly in the western part of the city and other key hubs. The airport strongly supports safe and connected walking and cycling infrastructure. This includes completing initiatives such as the Wheels to Wings and Norwest Arc cycleways, as well as providing cycling facilities down Memorial Avenue. We're also supportive of mass rapid transit for Greater Christchurch. Reliable and efficient access to the airport is already critical for passengers and employees, and as our campus continues to grow, this need will only increase. In our submission, access to the airport should be considered as part of conversations on the mass rapid transit network, including linkages to key hubs in the currently defined mass rapid transit corridor. And I would just flag that the corridor down Memorial Ave on the airport side of State Highway 1 has been designed with room to incorporate any design that is selected. So as also Ōtautahi grows, so too does the importance of the airport in our city's transport network. By investing in robust, multimodal infrastructure, we can ensure that the airport remains a strong, efficient gateway for passengers, employees and freight for years to come. We look forward to working together to create a transport network that meets the needs of all Christchurch residents and businesses. Thank you for your time.
Great. Any Tyler, please? Oh, Aaron, sorry, Aaron was first. Oh, that was
all
mine.
good. All good.
Yeah, great to hear from the airport. So two things that were missed off your submission, which are a little alarming, is one is the lack of bus stop down by the Bunnings end, where there's a couple of thousand staff work, but no bus stop. What's the hold up?
Well, we're certainly advocating for that, and we have been in other processes
you've
as
got
well.
control of the road there, so you might pass that on to a delivery of that would be really good. And then the other one is the flyovers on Johns Road. You didn't mention those, and when it comes to transport, the most congestion around the airport is Johns Road in the AM and PM, like thousands of vehicles held up every day, spewing out lots of excessive emissions whilst they're not efficient. Why is that not in your submission, the flyovers for Sawyers Arms and Hillwood Road?
Well, that was one of the things I did just speak about. That is a key thing that we recognise is along that corridor, right, and that congestion, and that is something that we do want to work with the council and Wakakotahi on for a longer
So you
solution.
want the flyover bridges?
Well, that's something that would want to be speaking to about what that solution looks like.
Thank you.
That's brilliant. Tyler, you did have a question.
Yeah.
It's up to time, but go for your life.
Thanks. I'm just referring to other international airports, which are connected to MRT all around the world and are highly efficient. Mm-hmm. What kind of capacity would the airport envision for MRT route going directly to the airport and potentially into the central city, which would then spoke out? What are your thoughts on that?
I guess sort of at a high level, I mean, we'd like to be part of that corridor. So the frequency that is sort of determined as part of that process, we would like to be part of those conversations and included in that frequency.
Great. Thanks a lot.
All right, only because you did deputy.
Thank you. Just can you expand on your comment around Memorial Avenue, that it's capable of what? You brushed over it quite quickly.
Of course. So essentially the way that it's been designed, you'll notice there's quite a lot of extra room as you're driving down on the airport side. So essentially there's plenty of room there for if there was, whatever that whether it was rail or additional road corridor, for example, to incorporate MRT. There's room built onto the sides of Memorial Avenue.
Is there?
There's quite a large setback.
Car parks.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Brilliant. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Fox, please. Now, you're in a lucky situation where there's no one in between your two submissions, so you can talk for 10 minutes if you so desire.
Does anyone need to stand up? Have we shake? We're everyone good? Been sitting here for a while. Kia ora koutou. Thanks for having me along today. I'm going to control two laptops at the same time. Here we go. Nope. Vision statement. We're so close. We're so close. I'm really pleased to see that it's been updated to include reference to efficiency and reliability. Every mode of transport wants those things, some more than others. But also please think about how Christchurch is a great place to live is also missing from that vision statement currently. I haven't had a very good look at the updated draft, but it seems to focus on transport and not about just living in the city. Nope. This one, okay. Strategic challenges. I'm going to go through each of these very briefly, sorry. Building a safe and convenient cycling infrastructure and encouraging cycling, walking and other active transport is the best way to reduce emissions, as is moving rapidly to low emissions public transport, including mass rapid transit. This includes adding more bus priority lanes, shelters and intersection prioritisation for public transport. Nobody likes being held up at the lights in a bus or running the red lights in a bus. Managing growth as our community. Sorry, I'm looking at two different slides. Nope. Ōtautahi residents are increasingly looking at ways to live car-free, which developing technologies will increasingly support. Managing growth also needs to take into account those outside of Ōtautahi and Banks Peninsula who commute into the city and who would use mass rapid transit or passenger rail service if it existed. Please don't just focus on the residents who live within our boundaries. I feel like I'm out of sync here. No? Okay. This goal could be reworded to reducing harm created by the transport network, including deaths, serious injuries, and impacts on physical and mental health. This acknowledges the impacts of pollutants and noise on health and well-being. There is a wide body of knowledge showing the benefits of active transport for mental and physical well-being. Reducing fossil fuel use will have a major impact on respiratory diseases, including asthma. The best ways to reduce harm is to continue reducing speeds, increase active and public transport, and move all vehicles to fully electric. This is achieved through an excellent vision, strategies, policy, consultation, plans, and infrastructure. Goals. Overall, I'm going to move this slightly closer to me, sorry. Overall, Spoke supports this goal. Road surface renewals are important, but should also be based on need. Cyclists have different requirements. This includes smoother surfaces on the shoulders of roads where cyclists ride. Chip seal resurfacing needs to include regular sweeping when first laid, as the loose chip makes these shoulders dangerous. Footpaths and refuges also need maintenance goals, for example, when the handrails get damaged, and this is a frequent thing. Parks and reserve paths and alleyways are also a critical part of the transport network that need to be planned strategically and have ongoing maintenance. Parts of Europe deliberately plan their urban areas so it is faster and more desirable to use active transport. We also need to plan for the future, including investing a bit more upfront during regular maintenance in anticipation of the construction of the mass rapid transit system, which could lead to considerable savings in the long run. We strongly support the Pages Bridge Road Renewal. So, Ōtautahi should continue to plan and consult on infrastructure well in advance to be ready to take up any central government funding opportunities should they arise. The business case for MRT should be reviewed regularly and be ready to go. Please fund research into cheaper source of the green road surfacing, as this is an important part of the cycle safety that is currently constrained by cost. Bicycle parking should be directly funded through a specific budget, including maintenance and replacement budget, to replace older wheel bending types, such as outside Pendleton Library. Oh shoot, I've run out of time. Okay. Active transport tends to be more resilient during natural disasters. Reducing reliance on fossil fuels and increasingly locally produced electricity and storage will significantly increase resilience in Otatahi and Te Pātaka o Rā Kaihuto, and will protect against supply and demand issues in fossil fuels due to international issues out of our control. There is no mention of rising heat risk, which will be an increasing impact on active transport. Tree cover is important mitigation. I'm just going to continue through, and this will be my own submission as well. Spoke supports a focus on safer transport network. Am I on the right one? No. This one. Separated cycleways that cover the whole city provide safety and confidence to cyclists. The 40% rise in use has proven the cost benefit of building cycleways as more people choose to cycle. The current government is no longer willing to fund cycleways, so we need to find cheaper but still safe ways to build temporary cycleways which will attract new cyclists. These temporary cycleways can be made permanent in the future when the government changes. This can include traffic calming on quiet streets, putting in cul-de-sacs, and other forms of modal filters, and upgrading alleyways or paths to make them more safe and usable day and night. Create a better way to report near misses. This could use the SnapSend Solve app. It would be easy to identify priority areas to be upgraded. Enable reporting of illegal parking by citizens via SnapSend Solve or photographic evidence with a timestamp, or fund 24/7 dangerous parking enforcement. The ability for pedestrians and active transport users to safely cross the road is important. Often a safe route can be compromised by one serious barrier to safe travel, for example, crossing Milton Street at Simeon Street. Reducing speeds is the cheapest and most effective way to reduce deaths and serious injuries, according to both national and international research. Christchurch City Council should continue with the speed management plan consulted on in 2023 and install infrastructure to encourage safe driving speeds. Let me remind you that there is a hierarchy of legislation, and the safety of all residents should be highest priority rather than whatever legislation national government is pumping out. The rapid uptake of e-bikes, particularly by older people, should be taken into account. This is also a significant rise in the different types of bikes and trikes that are larger and carry more people, including children. A safer transport network also includes a healthier transport network. There should be a KPI aimed at reduction of deaths from air pollution and a measure to increase mental and physical health. Noise pollution is also an issue. There should be an active program focused on encouraging mode shift. CCC programs in this area need a higher profile. We fully support the road safety programs. We support cameras to reduce red light running, including at pedestrian and cyclist mid-block crossings, which are often ignored. This one. An efficient transport network prioritises the most cost-effective transport options for the city that takes into account all direct and indirect costs and benefits. Active transport infrastructure, including cycleways, have a much higher cost-benefit ratio compared to roading projects. Encouraging mode shift to active and public transport creates efficient use of road space by reducing single occupancy journey using motor vehicles. Increasing active transport reduces road maintenance costs. Moving freight from trucking to rail, particularly between the port and the inland port, would improve efficiency and safety on Otatahi's roads. We support logistic hubs and low emissions freight distribution such as using e-cargo bikes. Okay, there's a lot to get through here, so let's just do the top points. Significantly improve our public transport system. Continue to build a safer, more connected and attractive network for walking, cycling and other micromobility. Support residents and schools to try new ways to travel. Enable the transition to low emissions vehicles. Roads are more than just spaces for vehicles to travel through. They enhance where people live and can include green spaces. They are also not free long-term storage for cars. Vibrant cities encourage active transport and public transport. Vibrant cities have connected neighbourhoods. And any questions?
Yanni was just beat you.
Thank you for the submission. I was really interested in the press article that you put in, where it basically shows whether the infrastructure, the cycling infrastructure, has gone in. There's a big increase in people cycling rather than driving. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts about our prioritisation of our cycleway spending, whether you think we need to look at constantly delaying the cycleways in the east to fund the ones in the west, or whether we should think about investing in the east where there's clearly, from the evidence that you've given, a lack of people cycling because of the lack of infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in equitable spending, so I feel like both the east and the west need more spending. The south has got plenty, and it's great that they've got that. Yes, they want more, so would I, but I think both the northwest and the majority of the east need more cycleways, as is proven, like Aranui right at the top there. Absolutely.
And thank you. And because you had a fair bit on your plate there, Celeste, do you have a question?
Actually, I was interested in this particular graph. So Yanni beat me
You're
to
done.
it. Same
You're
question.
good. Thank you very much for making the effort to come in.
Thank
Good
you.
work. Thank you. Right. Susan, please. Mary.
She's on Zoom.
Oh, sorry, Mary's on Zoom. Not quite yet.
Not yet.
Christopher.
Someone coming to speak and she wants to.
We are running a wee bit ahead of time.
Tom's not here.
And Tom's not here. Right, shall we have, yeah, if we give it 5 or 10 minutes and then let people catch up, because we are moving along, because we had a few people pull out. So what do we got? We've got 20 past. How's that grab you?
She's here.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Susan, please. Susan. Oh, yes, here she goes. Good. Hello and welcome.
I have gone through a few points which I've made previously to the council about climate, and I'll just go through those very briefly, intending to show a few clips from the electric bus fires worldwide video. Apologies if my technology skills are not up to standard. I've referred in particular in my submission to the centrist article which says New Zealand is unprepared for EV fire risks. CCC debt, as I understand it, is over 1 billion. And I've said before, we go by extremely eminent scientists, all emeritus professors, who say that this climate narrative is a hoax, a gigantic $1 trillion a year money-making scam. CCC debt is over $1 billion. What is the entire climate spend, I'd like to know, annually, which could actually get us back into the black? If all of that climate spend is withdrawn, Trump has exited, and so can we, from the Paris Climate Accord. We can also stop all unnecessary and wasteful climate spending. We are being played. Christchurch can be the first New Zealand city to stop funding this racket. Was the Ralston bus fire an electric bus fire? Just going to. I also recommend that councillors watch Climate the Movie, which is again mainly fronted by emeritus professors of great eminence. And I also suggested the council invite some of the climate realists to address the council, which is a very illustrious group, and I've listed them in my submission. Planners are using RCP 8.5 extremes to frighten the public, and they are absolutely unrealistic and implausible. The hot air carbon trading scandals, New Zealand has already been involved with Ukraine, with emissions trading that was completely fraudulent. Oxfam has shown a $41 billion has disappeared into thin air from the World Bank, their so-called climate spend. CCC managed retreat based on implausible data of 1.4 metre sea level rise when in fact it's only 15 centimetres per century. Professor William DeLonghi, I've suggested, should do an accurate report for Canterbury. CCC can stop all its climate spend. So I'll go to the electric bus fires worldwide video, and I'm only playing a few of the clips from this bus just
in
to.
London, they had 3 electric buses catch on fire back in January 2024. And these were 3 separate dates in January. This is a trend across the world where we're having a number of electric buses catching on fire. I'll start with this incident that happened in May of 2021. And this incident happened in China. And you can see it was a charging-related incident. One bus caught on fire, and then it just ripped through the line, bus after bus after bus. And when you look at any bus depot, that's how they store their vehicles. They're putting those vehicles as close as they can together, and that can cause problems once you have some type of charging-related fire. And for whatever reason, it seems like a lot of these buses that caught on fire were charging-related. Now, this next fire is spectacular, and most everybody has seen this fire already. It happened in Paris in April of 2022. But what most people don't realize is there were actually 2 buses that caught on fire on separate dates in Paris in April of 22. The first bus fire was on April 13th, and then later on April 29th, a second electric bus caught on fire. Since that time, they've actually suspended these buses in Paris, and I've checked with some contacts I have over in Paris, and those buses are still offline. What many people don't realize is when you're talking about a vehicle like a bus, you can put the high voltage batteries pretty much anywhere in that bus. Down low between the frame rails, in the roof, on the back end of the bus, the front end, it doesn't matter. It just happens to be wherever those manufacturers decide to put those batteries. And in the case of the bus in Paris, those batteries were roof mounted. And then there's this bus fire here that everybody attributes to being an electric bus.
Yep, that's cool. Susan, you're going to run out of time here, but can this be sent to us so that we can all watch it?
Yes, it is in my submission.
It's in your submission, just making sure that it is.
Yes.
So that's quite
Yes.
confronting looking stuff going on there.
A quick look online just before I came over was I see that 4 electric buses in Auckland have caught on fire in the last couple of years as well. And was the Ralston bus fire an electric bus?
I'm not sure. I know I saw it on TV, but I don't know.
And can anyone answer what is the entire climate spend of this council annually and overall?
Yeah. So okay, I'll do one more question because Sarah might know the answer to this. Sarah.
Thank you so much for that, Susan, and welcome, Hugh. I'm just wondering, even if it wasn't about climate change, so if we took climate change away from it completely, do you think that we should be making our streets, for example, safer for kids to bike to school, that kind of thing? Because at the moment, for example, parents don't like their kids biking to school because there's too many cars and people on their phones and stuff. Like, even if it wasn't about climate and emissions, do you think that enabling kids to bike to school is a good thing?
Well, I don't think it's got any, relevance to say it's nothing to do with it's electric buses or a bus or a diesel bus, is it, whether children's bike to school?
No, it was just your general comments about climate change and not wanting us to talk about climate change and the policy and stuff.
No,
Yeah.
well, if you have a look at my submission, you'll see a few references to, as I say, very eminent scientists who say it's all a complete nonsense based on implausible data. So, I'm suggesting Christchurch withdraw itself both from the entire climate spend, because this council is deeply in debt, and I suspect that a lot of the debt has come from this, unwise climate spend in the first place.
Yeah, but even if we took away money and took away any reference to climate change, you'd be okay with us spending it on things that help kids travel safely, for example?
Well, I just can't be bothered answering that question, actually. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan, for coming in and giving that. And we'll certainly, I'm sure we'll all look at the video. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mary is on Zoom. Okay. Hello, Mary. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello. I'm up in the far north. I wasn't informed until last Friday that this...
Very far north. Oh dear. She's on a landline.
Dialing in landline via Zoom. Didn't know you could do that.
Okay, here we go. Carry on. Sorry, Mary. We just lost you there for a minute.
Can you get me now?
Yep.
Okay, right. Okay, this is all a bit ad hoc put together because I wasn't aware until Friday, when I was already on holiday, that this was occurring, and so I didn't have everything to look up and check. But I want you to focus on pedestrians. Now, nearly everyone can be a pedestrian. There's over 90% of the population, and it's the most eco-friendly form of transport. It's available to nearly all the population, regardless of income or ability to at least walk. and it has the most health benefits of any form of transport, which often seems to be ignored, that you only consider getting from A to B, not the benefits of getting from A to B. And you continually consider only walkers, but all walkers are pedestrians, but not all pedestrians are walkers. And please always consider those who run and jog as well. And pedestrians are unique in travel because they don't interact with the ground surface with wheels. Yet authorities like yourselves appear to not consider this, and path surfaces are continually designed to be made of asphalt, concrete and shingle, ideal for wheels but not for feet. Now, also with asphalt and concrete, you always put in a camber so that they can be drained off, but this is also very bad for joints. And I showed you last year that there are new surfaces available made out of rubber from used tyres, so also eco-friendly, and they are permeable, they're softer, so heaps better for pedestrians. So I'd like you to consider this in your long-term plan, even if it's just for a trial of an area that's used by pedestrians, so that I get told, because I'm the only person who comes to you about pedestrians with this, is that it's not considered. But if other pedestrians knew of these benefits, then I'm sure they'd tell you it's a good idea. Also, with intensification, you've got more vehicles crossing driveways, more bins out on bin day, more 6-foot high front fences, which are blocking visibility. And on roads that have cycleways, if someone's backing out across the cycleway, they look in if it's a one-directional cycleway, they look in that direction. They don't look for pedestrians coming the other way because they want to get out before a fast cyclist comes along. Now, shared paths are just, as they get more use by cyclists, become more and more pedestrian unfriendly. And the example I want you to look at is the proposed Brime Street overbridge, where you're going to have pedestrians, cyclists, those on mobility devices and those on active travel modes all sharing the same space. I understand it will be 5 metres wide, but because it has sides on the bridge, it will effectively be 4 metre usage space, which you've got them going up and down in both directions, and you've also got speeds between probably 2 or 3 kilometres an hour to 30, perhaps even 40 kilometres an hour going downhill on wheels of cyclists or e-bikes. And combined with that, the weight of a person on an e-bike, as well as the weight of the battery and all of the e-bike, you're looking at quite easily 150 kgs of person and device, and the same with mobility devices. But there's also in the crime prevention through environmental design report, or the detailed design safe system audit, I'm not sure which one I took it from, it says the likely probability of crashes by users of the bridge is highly, the probability is likely, but the injury severity is minor, just first aid needed. Now that's ridiculous. On a downhill slope, something with 150 kgs on wheels hitting a pedestrian, doesn't matter whether they're elderly, child or whatever, could be a fatality. And no one seems to be considering this. You've also got cargo bikes and mobility devices, and the bikes that have the bit on the back to carry groceries or a young child, they are getting close to a metre wide. To safely pass them, you are talking of well over a metre wide.
Mary, thank you, Mary. You've actually used up your time. Have you got much longer to go? Sorry.
Just one more comment. You've got to have the ability to pass a driving lesson to drive a vehicle. You also have to be medically fit. If you go to a GP and they assess you're no longer capable of driving, you lose your driver's license. But e-bikes, e-scooters, mobility devices, and all those don't require this. So you've also got more susceptible people on devices who can't control those devices. And you're talking about a 360-degree access to the bridge, climbing 7 metres, declining 7 metres. It's just a recipe for accidents and disaster and serious accidents.
Thank you very much, and thank you for going to so much trouble to zoom in from the far north. So very, very impressive.
Yeah, we had to drive around for a while to find a reception.
Good on you. Good on you. Thank you. Okay. Christopher, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. When I made my submission back in December, we had a Transport Minister who treated cyclists and pedestrians like an invasive species, and a Minister of Local Government who believed in local decision-making as long as the locals did what he wanted. Now, we have yet to see whether his successors will change tack, but I urge you as a council to work towards and advocate for the transport system that Christchurch needs, not the one that someone from Auckland thinks we should have. I'm broadly supportive of the draft strategy, but I wanted to focus on 3 areas as you consider both the strategy itself and its implementation in the upcoming years: mass rapid transit, safe speeds, and cycleways. The Greater Christchurch Partnership study on mass rapid transit forms the core of this study's recommendation. I think Christchurch needs rapid transit, and I agree with the chosen corridor. However, given that this is a 30-year strategy document, I think Christchurch could be more ambitious and lobby for a full Rangiora to Rolleston plan, even if the actual delivery is staged. The partnership recommended surface light rail, which is an eminently sensible option, but I think elevated, automated light metro, similar to Vancouver's SkyTrain system, is still worth consideration. It's fast, frequent, and cheap to run. The partnership heavily marked down light metro because they considered it provided too much capacity. Europe and Asia can build these systems for the same price we estimate that we'll pay for light rail, so why can't we? Goal 3 of the strategy is to build a safer transport network. The cheapest and most effective way you can make roads safer is simply to slow traffic down. The former minister tried to take away as much of your power to decide speed limits as he possibly could, with blanket rules and onerous cost-benefit analysis requirements. However, slower speeds should be a core part of the strategy to make the transport network safer. I think of the 11-year-old girl killed in Flaxmere. If the car that hit her had been going at 30 kilometres per hour, there's a pretty good chance that she'd still be alive right now. I urge the council to push through the obstacles and lower speed limits where the people of Christchurch are asking for it. The costs of death and injuries are so high that many cost-benefit studies would find that savings from slower speeds outweigh the benefits of marginally shorter trips. The irony of the current very rigid rules is that on the 1st of July 2026, you're going to be obligated to put in variable speed zones in a lot of places that you probably don't want to, like Papanui Road or on Bram Street at the exit from the Southern Motorway. Morning commuters are going to love that. Finally, let's talk about cycleways. A few years ago, I stood before the council and urged you to build more cycleways faster. My position hasn't changed since then. The transport strategy has a note about more innovative, cheaper, quicker to build infrastructure. As a tool to expand the safe cycling network rapidly, I approve of it. If we'd taken the same approach with wings to wheels that we did with Ferry Road and Rolleston Ave, we might have actually built something by now. But over time, those quick, temporary cycleways should be transformed into permanent, best-in-class infrastructure. Since the Mayor really likes stadiums, I'll use an analogy just for him. After the earthquakes, Christchurch built a temporary stadium at Addington. It was built cheap, it was built fast, and it does a perfectly adequate job. That didn't stop the council from spending $500 million of ratepayers' money on a stadium that's bigger, shinier, and to use a phrase I've heard bandied around a lot in relation to cycleways in Christchurch, over-engineered. Cycleways should be no different. Why should cyclists tolerate being less deserving of council spending than rugby fans? There are some councillors that talk about cycleways as if they're a burden on the city and the council. I urge those councillors to start thinking of the cycleways as an asset to the city instead. Christchurch's major cycleway routes are as good as anywhere. There's no reason that Christchurch couldn't have cycling levels similar to Copenhagen or Amsterdam. It's happened all over the world. It's the cheapest transport infrastructure you can build, it reduces congestion, it improves health. Christchurch's cycleways could be a huge selling point for why people should choose to live here. All the cool cities, like London or Paris or Seville, have lots of cyclists. Does Christchurch want to be a cool city?
Okay, right. So one question. Yep. Aaron, please.
So just on the MRT, the proposed plan from Belfast to Hornby, which you said Rangiora to Rolleston's better, which I agree with. So Belfast to Hornby's 4 billion, the other's 10 billion. How do we justify that?
I think it's a case of lobbying for the future we want. 4 billion, we really honestly have to look at the cost of infrastructure in New Zealand. The money we spend on actually delivering any kind of light rail is ridiculous. As I said, I think we should lobby for the Rangiora to Rolleston solution within the 30-year time frame, because I know that the Greater Christchurch-based study was, we're recommending building Belfast to Hornby first, and then sort of extending it to Rangiora and as a later study. I'm saying the council should be ambitious, raise its height, saying Hornby to Belfast is a great phase one. Within 30 years, we'd like it to be going out to the satellite cities as well.
Yeah, my question was more around the cost of the justifying the but you say it's, so if there's a cheaper way to do it, you think we should explore it?
I think whatever is chosen,
You said the Skyline one, which there's a company in Hornby that are building one for the campus over in Palo Alto, and that's 1/10 of the price per kilometre and moves up to 1,000 people an hour. That would be a better system, wouldn't it?
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming in, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have now got Tom
and Sandamali.
Sandamali. Yeah, Tom and Sandamali, please.
She's on Zoom.
Yep, Sandamali's on Zoom. Hello there. Far away, bud.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for having us today. My name is Tom Chatterton and I'm the chairperson of the Property Council South Island Committee. On behalf of the Property Council, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to you about the Draft Otatahi Christchurch Future Transport Strategy. I would also like to introduce Sandamali from the Property Council Advocacy Team online. Property is the largest industry in Canterbury. There are around $245.5 billion in property assets across Canterbury, with a property providing a direct contribution to GDP of 4.5 billion and employment of circa 35,000 Canterbury residents. Property Council supports the overall messaging in the strategy, and we look forward to engaging with Council on the implementation plan. We only make one recommendation, which we will touch on today. Property Council supports a transport system that connects communities, allows people to travel efficiently across regions, and enables the safe and efficient movement of freight. We're on board with the proposed goals that will guide Christchurch City Council's work programs in relation to this. That said, a good transport system should also unlock housing and development opportunities. Investing in transport is important for cutting down commute times, providing more housing, boosting businesses and lowering emissions. We think it's key to link urban development with transport, and we suggest revising the strategy to make sure it focuses on that to reduce emissions more effectively. As I said earlier, we look forward to seeing the implementation plan of the strategy, given that this will influence the way the private sector invests along the transport network. Development takes time. It can take 10 to 30 years to plan and deliver big projects. So it's crucial that the private sector feels confident that the decisions Christchurch City Council makes will stick, so the market will be ready to invest in the city. We want to see Christchurch City Council get a solid return on their transport investment, and that can only happen with a clear and steady vision. In terms of infrastructure investment, we know that New Zealand is in a tight financial spot, so we're happy to see that the draft strategy is looking at other ways to fund future transport projects in Christchurch. Property Council supports a mix of funding and financing models, including public and private investment and partnerships, value capture, general and targeted rates, and special purpose vehicles as enabled under the Infrastructure Funding and Finance Act. We're also looking forward to seeing if a regional deal is agreed to be by Christchurch City Council and central government. Having greater financial support and investment from central government will drive improved infrastructure outcomes across Christchurch. Our last point before concluding is around genuine transport choices for all. The Property Council is pleased to see that the strategy highlights the importance of offering genuine transport choices for everyone. Targeted intensification in urban centres, town centres, as well as the improved public transport system is key to encouraging mode shift towards the take-up of sustainable options. For mode shift towards public transport in particular, the public transport system must be easy to access, efficient, reliable and affordable. In conclusion, Property Council supports the overall messaging in the strategy, and we look forward to engaging with Council on the next steps. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah, then Pauline.
Kia ora, thanks so much for that, Tom. I just don't know, have you seen the updated version that was done based on the submissions?
We have. I'll pass over to Sandamali on the advocacy.
The updated version does talk about not just managing growth, but enabling it, unlocking space, that kind of stuff, which is what you were talking about. Yeah. And the last bit as well, enhancing connecting urban areas or managing the risk of congestion, those kind of things. It was all with that property. Just wondered if that was okay, like if you'd seen it and you were okay with the new wording, or if you wanted more in that enabling growth space.
I haven't seen it. When did that one come out, sorry?
Probably just came out in the agenda, would be on probably Friday. So there's an updated version, and we can probably flick you through the track changes version, because they have made some really good changes based on people's submissions. And some of that was around not just managing the growth, but enabling it and unlocking stuff.
That's good. Well,
yeah, I would love to get a copy of that if that's okay. And that's great if it encompasses something we've suggested.
Yeah, thanks.
And Pauline, please.
Yeah, look, this is a really mean question, but your comment about public transport needs to be affordable. Do you have any ideas of how we can do that? I mean, I know it's Environment Canterbury run the buses, but it's a chicken and an egg, isn't it? Yeah. Have you got any bright ideas?
I'm a quantity surveyor by trade, so I've always got ideas. But from a Property Council perspective, I don't believe we've given up any suggestions on that. But talk to me as a QS, I might give you some.
Yeah.
So Sandamali, I don't know if you do. If you had a thought about that.
No, I wouldn't defer to add on that.
I guess just encouraging more people to use it is probably step number one, isn't it? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you to both of you for making the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. See ya. The last one is Sarah from Gerard Environmental Design. Hello.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Can everybody hear me, right? Right, I'm a landscape architect with a bent for spatial planning and constantly working through options from the big picture to the nitty-gritty detail. From a master planning urban design perspective, I'm excited by this draft future transport strategy as a means of developing the transport structures that support the vibrancy and prosperity of the CBD, suburb and Greater Christchurch. The photo here is of Melbourne, which is indeed a vibrant city. And I'll just see if I can work this. So today I'll focus on the MRT component of my submission because my submission was quite comprehensive. I note that the scope of the draft transport strategy is limited to the road reserve and it did not include rail, tram, water, air or other means of transport options which for one reason or another could become more relevant in the future, should we be planning for this. I would like this opportunity to advocate the use of the existing rail corridors for commuters, as well as for freight and tourist transport. This could provide a shorter-term, cost-effective, mass rapid transport option. The rail trip from Christchurch City to Rangiora is a pleasant commute, but in 2020 it costs $25 one way. The present passenger train service from Christchurch is geared for tourist travel. Does it need to be this way? I would like to see the council collaborating with KiwiRail to use the existing rail corridors to develop a mass rapid transport service to extend from Christchurch out northwards to Rangiora, westwards to Darfield, and south as far as Burnham Military Camp. I propose that the ex-stockyard yard site at the southern end of Deans Avenue is a well-connected city station site and perhaps a passenger train depot in the Hornby Islington area. A new rail corridor, which is the purple one, connecting west of the city from Hornby to Belfast could service a frequent scheduled connection to the airport. To start with the service, we could use a small frequent rail car, then extended to larger commuter trains and more railway lines over time. Land designations for MRT to growing areas such as West Melton and Lincoln would need to be started now. So there are solutions around future congestion that would be caused by frequent rail passenger movement with road traffic flows and freight rail, and these could be worked through. Sort of different options available, and then also with the I've gone there. Even the land under railways lines can be utilised, and so parks, farmland, that sort of thing. We can sort of work around existing land use. So the Christchurch tram, as well as being a transport for tourists, could be a hop-on, hop-off transport mode for commuters and other users. So I propose here a frequent tram service to connect the Greater Christchurch Rail City Station there on Deans Ave to, I don't know if I can point to things. Does that pointer work? Oh yeah. And then link to Hagley Park, Hagley College, the new Recreation Sports Centre, Christchurch Hospital, and then to Riverside, and then also to the Christchurch Bus Exchange and to the whole of the city suburbs, and then also to the stadium and to Ara. So it's a new circuit that I propose. That's it. This. Okay, I don't know. Sorry. Anyway, I'm over time.
No, keep you.
Yeah. So that's in Oslo, and it's a very, with the tram, it is a very, very people-orientated city. I support the concept, I'll just add these bits in, I support the concept of walkable catchments. However, the 15 or 20 minute walkable city concept could provide a more measurable goal to target to work to. I support tree planting along transport corridors for all the values that trees bring to the urban environment. And as well as providing oxygen, which is handy, I would like to add trees are also important for resilience by uptaking groundwater, reducing the associated hazards of groundwater effects on substrate stability and flooding. So I conclude, to achieve a safe and easier city environment to get around, carbon emissions reduction, sustainable infrastructure for urban growth, and an efficient transport system that is accessible for all, I ask why the scope of the strategy is limited to the road reserve. I believe the rail and tram massive rapid transport for passengers could provide a far greater gains in meeting the strategy's goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very good. Sorry, Yanni, we haven't got time. No, but that was good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. We'll have Jane wants to come up. Councillors got any questions they want to ask us staff at the moment? It doesn't matter if you don't, but you can always send the queries through or alternative amendments through to Natasha by lunchtime on Monday. These will be compiled and staff response will be circulated in a memo ahead of the adoption decision scheduled for 19th of March. Okay. Yep. Oh, sorry, you did that. Right. So who we got first? We've got Tyler, Yanni, Aaron. Okay, mate. Go if you like.
Kia ora, guys. There's some things that don't directly correlate to the strategy itself. What do we do with the information that's provided within the submissions that we've received?
Do you mean the content that may be more applicable from an implementation perspective?
Yeah. So, for example, there may be the micromobility things that David and Co have put up, or the submission that we've heard before around alternative routes. Those kinds of things are really nice gold nuggets. What happens with those pieces of information if they don't directly correlate with the strategy?
That's a good question.
I mean, as part of developing the subsequent implementation plan and guidance, we can hold on to those gems and utilise it in the project work that follows. So I think the key is synthesising those messages and using it in future processes so we don't lose that. Yeah.
Great. So we won't need to, as a council, wouldn't need to actually put in any recommendations or anything like that in regards to the stuff that is probably not applicable to this.
Yeah, one of the approach that we've taken with the strategy is to keep it at a reasonably high level and then follow up with an implementation plan that will for consideration as as into long-term plans or on our work programs. So that would be a follow-up piece of work, and if there was any kind of gems that you saw through what you heard through this process that could be brought up in that context.
That's great. So just reiterate for public knowledge and to alleviate any issues, you're looking to potentially, or through us, implement some things into the long-term plan with whatever may be applicable to that.
Yeah, as part of project planning design, we can consider some of those gems that were identified by various submitters. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mate, Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm just mindful that there's been one or two suggestions today that we might lose the opportunity to act on them if we don't act on them sooner. One thing that I would like to get a clear understanding of would be when the infrastructure design standards are coming up for review, or how through this process we can amend them. So that's, in relation to how close we allow development to intersections. There might be, there's a whole wide range of things around accessibility in there as well. The other thing was I've offered, and no one's responded, but I've offered to sit down with staff and work through a process for when we're spending money on road maintenance, that we do community engagement to understand what the concerns are, like we heard with Sturrock's Road. I've had similar issues in Pages Road, where we've got a cycleway proposed, but we don't have any process to engage the community ahead of doing the significant maintenance work. So is there a way that we can follow up on just that basic request of when we're spending money to do curb and channel maintenance renewals, that we have some sort of community engagement process that enables the community input into what we'd like or what they'd like, and an ability for us to consider it in terms of meeting the objectives in our transport plan?
Maybe we can record.
Trees.
Yeah, we can record that as a question and respond separately outside this.
I'm just mindful that the longer we take to respond on that, the less opportunity we get to do that.
Yep.
You know,
wouldn't that be connected to a community board briefing?
No, the community boards don't get. So the community boards do not get any information except for a start work notice once the contract's been let. Once the contract's been let,
I realise
it's too late to do anything.
I'm realising the process to have one councillor going, it should be actually, if you're going to up it, it should be with the community board.
I agree. The local board would make the final decision on what might go in there, for sure, based on the delegations.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
But it's just getting the process looked at so that we can pick up on those opportunities.
Just on the first point, we can find out when the next review of the IDS is scheduled for and consider.
I know the IDS is underway, that review, but I don't know where it's at.
Aaron.
I just think that given we're in the public domain and we had a submitter on behalf of some serious investor groups in the city questioning how we got to this point, that question should be answered publicly. We have a plan that's only part way through, we're replacing it already.
Yeah.
We do that with our long-term plan.
Hang on, one at a time.
Yeah.
Aaron,
we can, staff can answer that question.
Yep.
Yeah, we can answer that question. I guess that it's probably, I use an analogous example of the long-term plan, which has a 10-year horizon that we refresh on a 3-year basis. So with this being a 30-year plan, it hasn't been refreshed since 2012, and the context for that plan was post-quake recovery in great part. So it's looking at where we are now and thinking, well, what does the next 30 years look like? And some of the things that are in this plan are kind of either build on or are new from the previous one.
I'd suggest also this draft, we've got a greater understanding of the issues in the future, and it gives greater recognition of climate resilience and the need to adapt, which the previous plan, whilst there's reference, it's certainly not sufficient.
And I'll just add to that, it's quite common that plans or strategies have a horizon of 20, 30, 50 years, but they get refreshed every so often. And the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan is another example. That's to 2050.
Okay, so then on all our plans that are replacing existing plans that are only partway through, it should probably clearly state that on the front of the document going forward when we do any. I mean, because it's obvious in the long-term plan that we do that, but if we're not explaining that in all the others, then people will ask that question, say, why are you wasting money?
Yes.
And then the other one is, who audited the numbers on the MRT, and are we happy they're still accurate, especially given the budget blowouts of, like Sydney, for instance, which is Sydney's 258 million per kilometre, 258 million Australian dollars per kilometre, and their population density is 8,000 people per square kilometre. And so we've got a model that, so are we still happy with the old numbers?
I think if perhaps that would be a good question to add into the mix, that we could go away and put a response together for.
Yeah. Okay. That'll be quite handy. Because
Yep.
I think Auckland have come a bit undone on their budgets as well.
Just to comment on that now, the figures are from the indicative business case that was done through the Greater Christchurch Partnership, and it was done by Wakatahi at that time.
Yep.
That's right.
Tyler.
Be wrong.
Tyler? No, done. Mark, please.
Thank you. We've heard today from a couple of submitters around connecting the western side, particularly the airport. I'm just wanting to understand that we are going to sort of have a strategy around that to make sure they do have that well connected.
So, as you know, the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan identified Hornby as a priority development area, and we're initiating local area planning for that area now, in fact, with some project planning. Also worth noting that the New Zealand Transport Agency, Wakatahi, are initiating some scoping work on an access study, which is looking at the future of the state highway network in Hornby and the airport, and we'll be working closely and alongside them to achieve a better integrated approach. Yeah.
Yep. And I guess to pick up on the airport's deputation here today about the Memorial Ave and that sort of idea, to make sure that's connected as well.
Yeah, that was the idea of an MRT route to the airport was considered through the indicative business case from memory, and to achieve MRT you need a population density to make it work, obviously for patronage but also to make it viable, and with the restrictions on intensification around the airport, restrictions on residential intensification as a consequence of the airport noise contour, is not necessarily viable for what's described as MRT, but is certainly as part of the broader public transport program, we would look to improve connections to it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Marcus. And Celeste, please.
In terms of the old plan versus the new plan and talking about post-earthquake recovery and rebuild, is there a way to make sure that we've kind of got visibility of the bits that haven't been done yet? Because in terms of updating the plan, it is important to acknowledge where we've come from, but we also have to acknowledge that that recovery isn't even across the city, and we're still in a place where significant projects have not been completed. So I would hate that to be kind of we've moved on. And in terms of delivering on some of these things, the cycle network expansion, we've made a lot of progress, but that progress, I would argue, and people have commented on this, is not even across the city. So how do we reflect that in the report saying this continues to be a priority in areas where we haven't delivered this?
I will note that and consider
And
that further.
I'm sure it is in there, but like, how do we make it quite explicit, I think, would be my question.
Yeah, and if there is a specific amendment that you would like to propose along those lines, we would invite you to do that through the process that Natasha's going to follow up with.
Thank you.
Good as gold. Thank you very much. Thank you. And as I said, if we've got any alternative amendments or whatever, please put them through by lunchtime Monday if possible.
Sorry. Just a very quick
sorry
question.
at all, but you're going to
I'm
say
not. The big brouhaha about the fires and the electric batteries and things. Do we have any kind of plan or policy about that or a reaction to it?
Fine in most places.
I think, if I may,
It was just more the issue
It's a
about
myth.
how difficult they are to put out, and there was the Littleton Tunnel, but also buildings as well. Have we thought about that?
yeah.
Or maybe you could find out.
Okay, we'll find
just
out.
find out.
Maybe we'll come back.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll come back with advice after consulting with FENS.
Good work. Yep, thank you. So we're karakia time. Kia. Whakatane. Kia. Kara. Hi. Hi. Thank you very much, everybody.